Great. Good evening and welcome commissioners, participants, and interested parties to the April 8th, 2021 meeting of the Cohasset Conservation Commission. I'm Chris McFarland, Chairman of the Conservation Commission, and will be running tonight's meeting as we implement the Massachusetts and Cohasset Wetlands Protection Acts and the Cohasset Stormwater Management Regulations. We'll be operating this meeting using the Zoom platform, which we will discuss shortly. Present this evening on behalf of the Conservation Commission are our Conservation Administrator, Angela Giso, and the Town Conservation Agent, Jeff Summers. I'll now take a roll call of Conservation Commissioners and Associate Commissioners. Please respond by repeating your name and saying present. Kathy Berrigan.
Kathy Berrigan, present.
Eric Eisenhower.
Eric Eisenhower, present.
Trish Grady.
Trish Grady, present.
Marianne Weatherall.
Present.
Chris McFarland, present. For the record, I'll mention Jay Pampari, who is not here this evening, but will be joining us later. And Associate Commissioners, Tom Bell.
Tom Bell, present.
Tom Bell, present, and Heather Slights is also not available tonight. Tonight we have a quorum of 5 commissioners currently. As I mentioned, when Jay Pampari comes, we'll have 6. We'll be taking votes via roll call with each commissioner answering yay, nay, or abstain. Jeff, would you go over protocol for the Zoom platform, please?
Sure. So this is essentially for the folks in the audience. If anybody has any questions that they want to have answered, they have to ask those questions via the question and answer feature. So it have to be in writing. Also, we need to know for the record your name and address when you ask that question. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. I just want to make an announcement that we'll be adding a hearing on April 15th, which is 1 week from tonight, to accommodate the number of applications currently before us. So please see the town's webpage for all agendas. Our first hearing this evening is the continuation of Stormwater Permit 21-11 for Ocean Ledge Drive.
Yeah, let me promote them.
Good evening. This is Jed Hannon with Atlantic Coast Engineering. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay, great. So on the call with me is Matthew Pike with Atlantic Coast Engineering as well, professional engineer. So we made the updates that we discussed at the last meeting 2 weeks ago with respect to the proposed site plan and how it handles the stormwater. So I'll just go through some of those bullets. There were 5 trees that we agreed to for mitigation to replace. Those are shown on the revised site plan.
I'm sorry to interrupt.
Sure.
Can either you or Jeff, can we get the plan in front of us, please?
Jed, can you share your screen?
Sure.
Thank you.
Okay, can you guys see that okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay. So the proposed 5 trees are, dispersed out through the property. And they're denoted here in green with this leader line.
Yes.
So there's 5 of them. And then on the details sheet, just bear with me. excuse me, it's not on the detail sheet. It's on the main site plan. There's 10 species that you folks recommend that we plant. So those are the 10 types. And so we've addressed the 5 trees. It was recommended to add, kind of from a qualitative standpoint, based on input from abutters and the commission, to add 3 structures to mitigate additional runoff and whatnot. So we actually took it a step further. We added 2 Cultex, which are denoted here in blue. Those are approximately 4 by 8 feet in length and width. And those take care of the runoff from the roof, from the gutter tray and downspouts. And then we added a berm, an asphalt berm that parallels the edge of the driveway. That's denoted here in green. Does everybody see that?
Yes.
Okay, and there's a detail on the detail sheet as well. So we had an asphalt berm. We also added a 6-foot high by 3-foot wide dry well here. That's precast perforated. And then further down by proposed contour 36, there is an existing catch basin, which was not clearly denoted on the last site plan, and it is denoted now. And then we added another dry well, as well as a French drain down by proposed contour 32. And again, that's 6 foot high by 3 foot wide. That's precast concrete perforated. Then if we scroll further down on the plan, you could see the existing drainage system that eventually flows to a 12-inch RCP, reinforced concrete pipe, that goes to Straits Pond. One question for the commission before I kind of dive into more of the details. Has everyone read the cover letter that we sent?
Why are you asking?
Can't say we have.
I'm asking to see if everyone understands, what we did in terms of the design and what the new capacity is.
I'll be very honest with you. Are you Mr. Hannon?
Yes.
I'm not an engineer. I don't understand half the stuff you've written. So you're going to have to explain this in very basic, down-to-earth terms, or I will not be able to vote on your proposal. I'll tell you right now. I'm not going to vote on it unless I understand it, and I don't understand half the stuff I see. I understand the site. It's wickedly precipitous. It looks like on a mountain ledge. I can understand that, but I just see so much detail and so many lines here that everything is confusing, and I find half of what you write to be confusing. So, you're dealing with laymen here, so you're going to have to do a lot better in presenting your argument if you expect to have the commission, at least have this commissioner, support what you're doing. Okay.
Okay. So does everybody understand how contours work?
Yes.
Okay.
I have not.
Well, I
read
don't
the
know. I mean,
letter.
I want to start really basic if that's what we need to do.
I do. I understand.
You do? Okay. Okay. So we're in a good position there. So the way this whole property sheds is to the north. It basically sheds all the way from the rear of the property back down towards the driveway. Okay. So all the runoff that's coming off the property is captured by our stormwater management system. The roof runoff is captured by the Cultex, which I explained before, which are denoted in blue. Does everybody see those?
Yes.
Okay. So all the runoff runs toward the swale that exists, or that's proposed, excuse me. And then we have what's called the proposed driveway, which is asphalt. We have a berm to capture the runoff from the driveway, which pitches towards the berm at a 2% slope. Does everybody understand that?
No, I understand what a berm is. What's the purpose of the 2% slope and why are you pitching it toward the driveway rather than away from the driveway?
The purpose of pitching the driveway at 2% towards the berm is to capture the runoff. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Okay.
So the water pitches towards the berm at a 2% slope. And the water goes into the precast concrete dry wells at each of the locations, the existing catch basin, and then the French drain at the end of the driveway.
I mean,
Does that make sense?
yeah, what is the blue hash mark running down? Because I guess you have two driveways there, don't you? You have the existing and a new driveway, right?
Correct.
You have an existing driveway for an adjacent property. And the area hatched in blue is the proposed riprap.
Okay, all right. May I ask a question?
So
May I ask-
you have, go ahead.
Why do we have two driveways? Why don't you share the driveway that's existing? Why are we going to all the problems of putting another impervious surface in place when you could probably, with some discussion and legal maneuvering, share the driveway that's already there?
Okay, so this was brought up at the previous meeting. That's a separate deeded driveway that the current owner at 10 Ocean Ledge has no legal access to utilize.
Eric, that's why they are putting in the trench along the driveway so it captures the water so it doesn't go into the existing driveway.
Yeah, I mean,
That's what they're doing.
yeah.
I think you've done a lot of good work here with the dry well, the catch basin, the French drain, the Cultec, but I do think we have the option of having a third party of review, being that this is so a tight property with so much runoff that's been reported over the years. So I would just recommend that we just have a third party review just to reinforce that that this is all accurate, and it wouldn't increase the amount of flow to the abutting properties or the driveway, or even below to Jerusalem Road.
Jed, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
So the intent of the trench is essentially to capture all of the surface runoff, and then doesn't it ultimately connects to the catch basin? Is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't capture all the runoff, but anything that remains that the beyond the berm, from the berm to the edge of the property line.
Right. Okay. So basically everything from the south end of the trench, anything running from the, I guess the corner of the house adjacent to the trench across the driveway, all of that is going to run into the trench and then run into the catch basin. So there's really no chance of any surface water from the front yard driveway area really exiting the property, because you have the French drain across the driveway, the crushed stone trench along the existing driveway, and then also the roof runoff is captured into the two Cultec chambers.
Exactly.
Okay.
I think I agree with you, Jeff, even though I'm not an engineer, but I would add the caveat. That's assuming everything's running the way we're discussing it right here and not iced over, not full of sludge or mud after a big storm, whatever it may be.
Well, I think they included an operations and maintenance plan that goes along with this to ensure that these features, remain in working order.
Yeah, but suppose, Jeff, you're in the middle of a nor'easter in January. It freezes over. There's tons of ice. You're not going to have a chance to implement your maintenance plan. All right. The waters are going to go slewing on past until you have a chance to have your people come up and clear it out. Right.
Sure.
It happens everywhere in town.
Yep. So what we're looking at is, this plan is essentially designed to work, when in existing dry conditions, then you have a rain event, and it's to mitigate water runoff from those rain events. there isn't a performance standard required to meet when, there's ice covering the mitigation features. It's, that's an unfortunate reality, but that really isn't something that needs to be addressed here. It's not part of the performance standards they need to demonstrate.
Yeah, I can appreciate what you're saying, Jeff. It's not part of what legally one has to present. If I was a neighbor, I would still be concerned about what's going on. If the drains were blocked with ice and crud after nor'easter and they were not able to perform as indicated in this plan. The reality is the water wouldn't be going where you say it's, where they say it's going to be going. And this is very precipitous. There's a lot of water coming down here. I would like to know if these drains and everything are blocked, where does the water go? Engineers?
Oh, go ahead.
If the drains are blocked.
Yeah.
Okay, so there's an O&M, right? There's an operations and maintenance manual that has to be maintained in terms of, cleaning the dry wells and the catch basins, just like the town does with catch basins, using vac trucks so that everything operates properly.
You can try answering my question, though, could you please? My question was, if they're not operating properly and they are blocked, where does the water go?
It's the same thing as happens in town. If things aren't cleaned out and working properly, they're going to fill up. And it's no different on this property.
Okay, could you please answer my question? Where in this map, this diagram, does the water go if for some reason, because of ice or a storm, before maintenance people can get to it and the things are blocked, where does the water go on this diagram?
Okay, I understand your question. I don't agree that they're going to be blocked.
Didn't ask your opinion. I asked you a question, please. I'd like to have.
Okay, well, I don't think it's a realistic question, but I'll answer what I believe to be unrealistic
You don't
question.
have to answer it. I'm the commissioner here. We're voting on this, and I would think you ought to try and
Okay,
answer.
all right, let's everyone calm down a little here, please. Jed, I think I drew a couple of arrows onto the drawing. I think that
Sure.
if my understanding of contours is as good as I think it is, I think it's where those arrows are is where the water is going to go if things get blocked. Am I not correct? It's basically going to go down.
No, they're not gonna. They're gonna run perpendicular to the contour lines. They're gonna run. They're gonna
That's
run.
where my red line
towards-
goes. My red lines are perpendicular to the contours.
No, they're not. So there's a 2% cross slope on the driveway.
Oh,
The water's gonna run, as I said before, towards the green berm. Okay. And then all the other contours, if you draw a perpendicular line, they run towards the proposed riprap swale. So it's not going to follow the red lines at all. It's going to go into the riprap swale.
it's going to hit the berm is what it's going to do.
It's going to hit the berm and it's going to be in the riprap swale, depending on where the water's coming from.
Okay, so the drains are blocked. It's coming down the riprap swale that's blocked. It's ice. There's crud. The town can't get in to do anything because it's too much of an emergency situation. There's tons of water coming down. Where does it go after it exits at the end of that blue structure?
It percolates into the existing soil 6 feet below ground, which is below the frost line.
Okay, what is down there where there was a circle there that Chris put in place? I think it was you, Chris.
Mm-hmm.
What is in the lower portion of that circle? Are there houses there or what?
That's the roadway intersection.
So I think that's the grass, isn't that? Yeah.
Yeah, there's existing grass and proposed driveway.
Okay, there are no homes there then.
No,
No, it goes into a grassy knoll, I think, and
Okay.
then it would head down to Straits Pond after it infiltrates.
I have a couple of questions.
Mhm.
First of all, I asked last meeting how big the pipe was and in the street drains, and you guys told us it was 8 inches. Now, this time it's 12 inches. Have you gone out there and actually pulled the lid off that and measured it?
okay, so let's zoom in on that.
Sure.
The answer is it's both. There's 8-inch and 12-inch.
okay. The
So
one
there's
you're-
there's an 8-inch, as you can see here, it's an 8-inch PVC that comes to the catch basin that has a rim elevation of 25.19. And then from this catch basin to Straits Pond is a 12-inch RCP.
So you verified that. You've looked, you pulled
Yes,
that,
we
that grade off.
verified that, and we
Okay.
got a copy of the Cavanaro
Okay,
plans, which, you know, they had done the design that handled the adjacent areas.
So this is, I think it's a real improvement over your last design. However, one of my other concerns is really the footprint of the house. I was up there, and that's a relatively flat area full of a lot of forest debris and probably a fair amount of soil in that little flat between essentially two steep ledges. And that's acting right now, it's acting like a pretty substantial sponge. I don't know how deep that soil is, but just judging, I know a bit about the topography right in this neighborhood, and I would say that there's probably, at least a couple of feet of soil there, and you can see a lot of humic debris that's accumulated. Now you're going to excavate a good portion of that flat area and plunk down an impermeable barrier, your foundation. So at least the shallow groundwater is going to have to go around that one way or another. In one case, it's going to pass to the south and start then down that 52-foot contour, the 50, the 46, and it's going to end up on the driveway, perhaps. Right? Let's follow the contours. That's what you wanted us to do. Well, the 52, the 50, and the 48 there on the southwest side of your proposed porch, it's going to end up right on that existing driveway by the looks of things, and it's never going to see your stone trench.
So,
similarly,
just trying to understand-
on the other side of the house, groundwater coming down from the neighbor's lawn above you, the Hines property, I believe, is going to come over that ledge and through that ledge and its fractures, and it's going to encounter the dam you built, your foundation, and it's going to get diverted onto your own driveway by the looks of things. So have you given any thought to how this is going to work out? I mean, when that sponge fills up, it's going to start leaking over the edges.
So based on the soil data
Yeah, I know.
we have,
I know you guys look at USDA
That's
soil
what they
maps,
have to look at.
and yeah,
Right.
well,
Let's-
you could do some soil borings out there. You
So
could
so
determine
there's a
how deep that soil is and actually create a more accurate model than just going to a map that was probably never even intended for this purpose to evaluate how much groundwater that might be capable of absorbing. I'm just saying that I'm wondering about the wisdom of putting down this essentially concrete dam right in the middle of what is a catchment basin that's going to slow the water. In fact, in some cases, after a rain, probably almost none of it is going to come over the second ledge, to the north, at least not very quickly. So it just seems like there's a lot of assumptions made here in your surface flow model that really ignores what might be happening in the shallow subsurface here, the unsaturated zone, which would be saturated, of course, during the winter.
Okay, yeah, appreciate your comments. So let me just pull up the letter here. Has everyone had a chance to look at this letter or no?
Had a chance, but didn't take it.
Okay, so the soils out there have a certain perk rate.
Could you, excuse me, could you make the letter larger, please? It's
Sure.
not legible.
The soils out there have a certain perk rate, okay? And then
Have you measured that?
have we measured the perk rate?
Yeah.
Based on the soils that we know exist there, they have a perk rate, and that's calculated into the stormwater report.
Yeah, it's some generic number that applies to all soils in that soil class, but it's not specific to this property, is it? I
As
mean,
best we know
basically,
it,
you looked at the USDA soil map and it's got a perk rate, and you use
it's
that number.
a conservative perk rate based
It is
on the
conservative? How do
soil
you
logs
know?
that we looked at in the area,
How do you know it's conservative?
because we compared it to the other options to use.
What, like a perk test?
No, based on other types of soils. Okay, so
Well,
let me go through this letter,
okay,
okay?
Yeah.
Okay, so the previous design more than met the capacity.
Mhm.
We had it was approximately 114% of what was required, which is explained in the sixth bullet, okay? So the sixth bullet, the revised design provides 290% required water volume compared to the previous submittal. So we talked about adding 3 additional structures. We added 5. We went from a design capacity of 114% in the previous design to now 290%. So it's almost 3 times the volume of what's required in this revised design.
Could you explain what the 290 refers to, please?
The 290% is if you take the entire area of the property, you know, including the roof, the driveway, the whole footprint, all the water, right?
Okay.
And the 100-year flood amount, okay? And you calculate the cubic feet of water required to be handled, okay? That's what we'll call 100%. We need to be able to handle all that. That's what DEP requires in the Mass Stormwater Standards. The previous design met that and exceeded it by 14%. The revised design handles it by 290%. So we're almost 3 times what's required. So although I respect all your opinions and concerns as members of the commission, if you're to have this peer reviewed, I mean, this is the belt suspenders solution that if you have a peer review done on this, and you're absolutely entitled to do that if that's what you want to do, it's a complete waste of money. We've more than met the DEP stormwater standards by a factor of almost 3. And I mean, you can't do much more in terms of a design to handle the stormwater.
and that's just the stormwater that's being, that's just dealing with the precipitation that's fallen on this parcel's footprint. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so there's no consideration of what might be running off from uphill from you, right?
Correct.
It's actually.
Okay, so that's my
not-
concern, is that right now, in its natural state, it's actually working like a pretty good Coltech system, if you want to think of it that way, at least for your neighbor. They have a big lawn up there, and I don't know what sort of stormwater system they have, but there's quite a big yard up there, and obviously if we're getting 100-year rain, that water's going to fall on that lawn too, and it's going to follow the contours as you want us to do. It's going to end up right down here on this flat area, and as I pointed out, there is a sponge of unknown volume, permeability, porosity that you are making a lot of assumptions about with your USDA soil map. And maybe that's not really adequate.
Okay, so our contract, the scope of this work, right, is to handle the stormwater within the footprint of this property.
Correct.
The other abutters, their responsibility is to handle the stormwater on their property. We can't speculate or talk about any of the abutters, what their stormwater management system can or cannot handle. All we can talk about is what's on this property and what we're required to do per DEP regulations.
Jed, can I ask a very simple question? In the backyard of the property, the contours have been manipulated slightly to direct water, kind of, I'd call it an oversized swale in a way. And I'm just wondering is there any benefit to extending the rock swale further up the road at all? Is there any benefit to that?
Chris, do you mean the stone trench to capture
Yes.
that?
Yes.
That's what I was trying to get at with that chevron shaped
Under-
series
under-
of
Underst-
contours there. That water is going to miss the stone trench completely.
Understood. Sure. Yeah, appreciate the comment. I think, was that Chris?
Yes.
Okay. We could certainly consider that. Again, the design is way over designed, very conservative. If that's, one of the last pieces that you're requesting, I'm sure we'd be amenable to extending it further up, parallel to the existing driveway. If we could entertain a vote in a positive way. But frankly, this really is well over designed in a very conservative fashion.
Mhm.
So I understand your point, and we'll certainly, consider it.
I think we have to take into consideration the abutters, and even though you keep repeating that it's over designed, it's really in our right to over design, to capture all the water and runoff. So that's why I'm recommending a third-party review. I think you have gone beyond. I recognize what you've done, but it is a well-known area for a lot of water flowing down from these elevations. And I would just like to make sure that we are in the correct, putting such a property or a house on this very narrow and highly elevated lot. I would prefer that we were comfortable and that we did not affect the existing driveway nearby or the Jerusalem Road below. So that's why I'm strongly recommending for a third party on this one. Thank you.
Okay, so one other sort of comment to that, and appreciate your comments. We had a significant rain event, about an inch over a 3-hour period. Back on, it was Sunday, March 28th. And we sent, the owners sent the video to myself, and I forwarded them to Jeff. And the videos depict, a major rain event and how the catch basins along Ocean Ledge and Jerusalem handle that water. And based on the videos, all those catch basins are working just fine and are very capable of handling a major rain event. The owners took a step further and ended up hiring a vac truck. Here's the Rosano Davis slip. They literally had a vac truck come out to clean 8 catch basins. So, I mean, at this point, I think, we've done as much as we can in order to address concerns and questions that the commissions and the commission members and the abutters have in evaluating the existing system out there, and then designing a system here on the property that can more than handle what's here, with basically a factor of safety of 3.
That's good that you guys had that backed out, because when I was out there, all of those catch basins were loaded with leaves, particularly the one on between the mailbox and the driveway.
Okay.
Yeah, so good. Who's going to do it? Are they going to do that frequently now, or who's going to maintain this? This is a private drive. I don't know that in fact, I think somebody asked the last meeting whether the town actually cleans these do you have an answer from that? Did you contact DPW to find out if they actually clean these?
So the answer is that within the footprint of the property, the owner's responsible to clean those. The ones that are on Ocean Ledge Drive and out by Jerusalem Road, the town DPW is responsible to clean those.
Do they do it? And
We don't have,
so you
we
ask
don't have log.
DPW, are they responsible? Because they aren't necessarily responsible on private ways. It's not
No,
their,
they're not.
It's not their responsibility. It is a private way.
Right.
Yeah,
Right. We don't have copies of the logs of exactly where they clean and where they don't clean, but we know that within the footprint of this property and the private way that they were cleaned out, and it's part of the O&M policy to have them cleaned out. And that's what
Yeah.
was done. That's what was done on April, was it 5th or 6th?
yeah, we reached out to the DPW and they actually cleaned each of the basins. They marked them. So I believe they maintain them as well because they plow that road too.
They plow my road, but they don't clean the, none of the storm drains ever get cleaned here.
We're gonna be here very late if we're just gonna keep having commentary.
No, they were out there with their truck cleaning them. If you go drive up, you'll see the markings they left. And I think, Jed, you have an email from that, so.
Okay, so are there any other questions at this point?
Yeah, Chris, I believe Mary Ann made a motion, proposed a motion to have a
No,
third.
she has not officially made a motion. She suggested something that she would like to hear. If
Mary Ann, would you like to make a motion?
I will make a motion to request a third party and on this property and to.
Mary Ann, before you make this motion, I'm sorry, I have to stop you. Jeff, can you please make sure there's no comments from the audience? Because if this motion is made and gets voted on, then that's going to be the end of the
Okay,
hearing. So I'd like to,
There's no questions.
there are no questions. Okay.
Just to follow up, I'd like to end this hearing and make a motion that we have a third party review of 10 Ocean Ledge
of the stormwater plan.
of the stormwater plan. Yes, thank you.
I second that.
Is it necessary, Chris, to, sorry, this is Tricia, to add to that, if we do have a third party review, that they do the sampling of the soil as Tom had suggested, or is that just part of what they would typically do in that third party review?
It is not something that they would necessarily do as a third party review. Typically, the third party review would take the proposal which is before us and review it for its accuracy and whether or not it meets the criteria of the Cohasset stormwater regulations. Jeff, I think what's actually being proposed here is that a third party do additional investigation into the to verify the perk rates of the soils that's on the site, and then to look at the then do actually a third party review of the application.
Yeah, I don't even know that they'd actually go out and do perk rates. I mean, all that's required for information for this permit application is the description of existing soils based on the NRCS, which I think is National Resource Conservation Service Soil Survey. So when you go to that soil survey, it gives you a soil description, and that soil description is what you use, what the engineers use,
Right.
to calculate the infiltration rates and volume capacities based on the type of soil that this survey says exists. That's all that's required for, what they need to do for a soil description.
Mhm.
So they're just going to basically look at the information that they've already presented, and based on that, determine whether it meets the performance standards, which are equal or less rates and volume of water exiting the property in the 3 storm events. They're not going to be interested they're not interested in groundwater, because groundwater flow is not a concern under the stormwater management bylaw. It's not addressed at all. They're not interested in what's flowing off of bordering properties onto this property. The only thing these engineers need to demonstrate is that rainwater hitting this property be mitigated such that after development, the rate and volume of water leaving the property is equal to or less than what it was pre-existing. That's all they're going to look at.
Right.
So they are going to use the data on a third-party review. They would use the data that's existing for.
Sure. Well, they would they would double check to make
area.
sure that, the information that was provided is correct.
And to see if this new design meets the stormwater regulations and would capture the water that's anticipated to flow through this property.
Right.
Correct.
Okay.
And they may make some minor recommendations,
Yes.
but
I just, it's, as I said earlier, it's the elevations of this property. It's a known area to have a lot of runoff on it. We have a parallel driveway abutting it. I think there's a lot of questions here, just to ease our consciousness and to make sure that the engineer design is accurate, even though they've put in the 5 trees, the 5 structures, captured to 190% volume. I think it's important.
Chris, we have a motion and it's been seconded. Where do we go from here?
well, we'll take a vote on it. Having heard a motion and a second to request a third-party review for the stormwater permit 21-16. I'm sorry, that's not right. 21-11 at 10 Ocean Ledge Drive. I'm going to take a roll call vote in alphabetical order. I'm going to start with Kathy Berrigan.
Kathy Berrigan, nay.
Eric Eisenhower.
Eric Eisenhower, yay.
Trish Grady.
Trish Grady, yay.
Marianne Weatherall.
Marianne Weatherall, yay.
Chris McFarland, nay. That vote passes 3-2 to get a third-party review.
Thank you.
Okay, question for the commission. Approximately how long, I would imagine you have a peer review engineering firm on retainer. Approximately how long do you think that peer review will take?
Jeff, will you be able to check with them tomorrow to see what their availability is?
Yes, basically. So the way that works is, I'll send them all the information that was provided, ask them, basically, the scope of work is basically to confirm, the calculations that the engineers here came up with, and then we would get they'll give us a price quote for that service, and then we just have to receive those funds from the applicant before we can authorize the review to proceed. So I think we can probably have all that by, I would say, the end of next week at the absolute latest. I'm going to say probably mid next week. So then they would actually, it would, depending on who the company is, it would probably take them 2 weeks to actually do the assessment and have a report for us. So I'm gonna guess probably 3 weeks from now.
Okay. Well, we appreciate everybody's input and we look forward to the peer review and we'll go from there.
Okay, so Jed, so I'm gonna anticipate we reschedule or continue this till May 6th, which is a month from now, to give us enough time to have that review returned.
Okay.
All right, so this hearing is now continued till May the 6th.
And Jeff, you'll correspond with me regarding the peer review along with the applicant and the funds required to conduct a peer review.
Yes, yep, I'll keep everybody in the loop.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good night.
Next hearing tonight scheduled for 6:50 is NOI 21-17. This is a new hearing, so I need to read it into the record. In accordance with Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 131, Section 40, the Cohasset Wetland Bylaw and the Cohasset Stormwater Bylaw, Cohasset Conservation Commission will hold a public hearing on Thursday, April 8th, 2021 at 6:30 p.m. via remote participation on a Zoom platform from applicant Michael Ahern for notice of intent 21-17 and stormwater permit 21-16 to renovate an existing dwelling and construct a new dwelling within 100 feet of a bordering vegetative wetland for property located at 502 North Main Street. Jeff, do we know who?
Yeah, I know Tim Powers is the engineer.
Okay.
Tim, good evening. Is there anybody else that you would like to have on the panel that's may provide any information?
I believe Mike Ahern was going to connect. John Zimmer was the wetland scientist. He was going to try to join as well.
Mike Ahern's here.
And I'll just ask Mike if there was anybody else I wasn't aware of that should be typed in to speak.
Not at this time, Tim.
Okay.
Okay.
Do we have everybody up,
Are you
Tim?
going to present?
Yeah, I think we have everybody. There's John. I do have a presentation plan, so it looks like I have the ability to just throw it up on the screen. Jeff, is that correct?
Yes, please.
Okay. So thank you everyone for your time. Again, for the record, my name is Tim Power with TBI Site Design, professional engineer, representing Michael Ahern. I'm going to flash these as just as notification for the record. Jeff, we can send these to you if you like, the green cards. So we are submitted a notice of intent and for a stormwater permit for 502 North Main Street. The proposal is there's an existing single-family home on the property today near the front of the parcel. This entire parcel has actually had been subdivided in the past into 3 lots. Mike would like to utilize it as 2, as shown here. The front lot of the existing house will be renovated and enlarged slightly, and then proposed putting a second house on the back. 2 lots, which will be combined into a single lot at the end of the day. The third lot is almost entirely within either the wetland and the 50-foot no disturb buffer, so it's not a buildable lot on its own. What you see here, this is just the plan we presented in black and white. We've just colored it up quickly. The houses are the orange color.
Tim, excuse me, could you make that larger? It's very, very hard to read on my computer.
Sure, and I'm happy to zoom in on the text as we get into more detail.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if I'm going to.
Thank you.
Beautiful.
If that's any a little bit bigger.
That's better.
Okay. So just to walk you through the image, the dark green sort of to the west on the plan left is the wetland limit. I will note that we really only delineated the eastern boundaries to the backside on plan left. Again, it's not delineated, it's shown graphically here. The lighter green is the 50-foot inner buffer. The yellow is the outer buffer, the 50 to 100 foot. There's a purple line going across, which represents the 100-year floodplain. Right at the bottom of the screen, it's just about clipped off. There is a wetland on the other side of North Main Street from the property. So the buffer zones then extend into the property from the front, which that's shown here. John Zimmer from South River Environmental is here, and Flagler Wetlands can speak to those a little more specifically if there's questions about the delineation. So not too much to speak to. It's lightly wooded with some scrubs. There's a couple of trees, again, that John can speak to. He did an inventory of plant material that's there within the work zone. We're looking to do these two houses, do a new septic system for both. The existing house would be approached as just a repair upgrade with new leach fields. The back house would be obviously full new construction with a leach field and reserve area. Soil tests were done there. The soils are favorable, well draining soils. However, the groundwater was fairly shallow, so the area will be mounded up for the septic systems. As part of that, rather than deal with pumps and potentially put the buildings in the groundwater themselves, the elevation of the new house has been raised up on lot 2. The existing house, the foundation, sections of the foundation I think will remain. We're not looking to raise up that area. That will generally be around the natural grade. Just the leach field will be mounted on the top and brought up a little bit to get the cover and separation from groundwater. Stormwater, we've taken a very simple approach, noticing the preference for some low impact design. The intent was to capture what was there for the roof areas. There'll be separate recharge systems underground, just chamber systems. The downspouts will be pipe connections into that. They're shown here in blue lightly. The driveway, there's a new driveway proposed for the back lot as shown here. The intent is to provide an easement across lot 1. The reason for that, as you can see, is that the frontage and access for lot 2 will be directly through the wetlands. So rather than deal with that effort, we'll prepare an easement and driveway coming through here, which pushes all that new impervious as far away as we can from the resource area. So everything is designed really to sheet flow. You can see from my contours here that we're creating just a sort of a natural grass swale. You're gonna make it as natural looking as you can, trying to avoid a real sharp ditch, if you will. And that will flow to a small depression here. This is intended to be sort of a rain garden. From there, it will just naturally overflow and flow over loam and seed area to the 50-foot buffer and eventually to the wetlands. Similarly, on the existing house, again, build a small depression. These are 6 to 12 inches deep, not very deep at all. And again, will overflow naturally and go towards the wetlands there, which allows us to use some natural cleaning and treatment just through vegetated buffers as one of the BMPs that's allowed by the stormwater regulations. This also allows, we did consider the offsite that's here. Everything seems to be draining from offsite to the right across this property to the left. we've tried to keep the driveway here low at the existing grades so that as the path of travel, we're not causing any ponding or issues off-site will come across our property in the existing path that it is. So it's short. I'll keep it short for now. That's sort of my presentation. Happy to answer any questions or get into more detail on the background and details, whatever the commission is.
Jeff, do we have a drawing that shows existing trees?
Yes, we do.
So Jeff, I'm going to correct you. I don't know if our survey picked up the existing trees. John Zimmer did a inventory and provided a quick letter just today. This was provided after the fact, but I'm not sure they're located specifically on the plan. But he can speak to where they are. He did walk the site after it was staked, where the houses were, where the buffers were.
Okay, could you pull up that plan that you sent us or sent me this afternoon? I think it does reference some areas of vegetation.
Sure, we sent a planting plan. Give me 1 second. Is it on the screen now? Is it?
Yes.
Okay.
Could you kind of zoom into that area down? Yeah. Thank you.
Yep. And so these are proposed trees and plantings there. So the rain garden plantings and just some other proposed trees on the property.
So Mr. Zimmer, could you tell us what kind of trees are being removed from the site?
Sure. For the record, John Zimmer with South River Environmental. The area where the two houses are proposed, basically from the street all the way back, it's not forested. There are several larger diameter trees that are within the 50-foot buffer that may be removed. There's a 24-inch diameter red oak, another 20-inch red oak, and then a 24-inch locust. There's also a large 36-inch red oak that's out there as well. And those are basically providing a canopy to some degree. There's really no established understory back to about the location of the second house. There's some scrub vegetation, some Japanese knotweed, but those trees that I just mentioned are the main trees that would be removed. Another thing to note.
I'm sorry to interrupt. You said they are within the 50-foot buffer?
Oh, I'm sorry. They're within sorry, they're within the 50 to 100. Apologies.
Okay.
Apologies. Yeah, there's no trees proposed to be removed within the 50. Sorry about that. But just the other thing to note is that the majority of the site has been previously disturbed historically. There are areas of fill back in the wetland and debris. And there's been some vegetation work done historically, not probably within the past, 10 years or so, but, that there really isn't a well-developed understory layer within the development footprint.
So is your, I think you just labeled 5 trees or 6 trees. I don't know what it was, but those would be all the trees in that area that are greater than 12 inches in diameter?
Greater than 12 inches, I counted about 8.
8. Okay.
Can you show me where the 50 and 100 is on these plans?
I can. So right here where our hay bales are is about, oh, that's really thin.
That's fine. You can see it.
I'm gonna go quick, but
And that is the
out here
what
for the
one?
50.
That's the 50-foot.
Yep. 0 to 50, and then the 100 is here.
So you're building between the 50 and the 100.
Yes, and as you can see on the property, there's not much left. This is the only area outside of the 100-foot buffer on the property.
So, John, if you wouldn't mind, could you just briefly describe what you will be planting in place of those being removed, the trees?
Tim, do you have, if you can blow up the suggested plant list, that would probably show it right there.
Sure. So there's just a couple of trees suggested, a red maple and a river birch. Red maple, river birch.
Right, so you can see this there. It looks like there's 12, 18 trees if you include the mitigation buffer zone plantings. So around a total of 23 trees, comprised of red maple, river birch, and Atlantic white cedar. And then there's multiple shrubs as well, which would actually be beneficial since there isn't a defined shrub layer out there right now.
John, would you be able to make that chart larger, please? I can't read it on my screen. Yeah, okay. All right. So you're putting in 3 trees? Is that it, or?
No, there's a total of 21 trees.
If you include the ones down below, okay.
That's correct.
John, I'm looking at a satellite photograph of the site, and I see the house in front along North Main. Behind that, it's a ways. There's another house, and it's very heavily wooded between 502 North Main and the house behind. And you can probably see it on your satellite map too. I assume the house I'm looking at is not the one you're discussing?
Right, if you look at there's a house on 502, and then basically straight north of that is where the secondary house would be.
Yeah, I think it's one on the other property.
Right, so it's southwest of that house on the 502 property.
Yeah, because the land looks very heavily vegetated in the color photograph, which the satellite image has. It looks much less so on the photograph you're giving us. So I don't know.
Right, it's the tree canopy. It's a little deceiving because you do have a few larger caliper trees, which basically provide a larger crown at the top. But if you go out to the site, I mean, it's fairly open all the way to the back. So it's not as if it's a well-developed forest with multiple layers of plants. It's basically you have your overstory tree, then lawn, and some small shrubs, but not a well-defined forest in the classic sense.
John, we had a project a few years ago which involved working in the 50-foot area on the golf course. To the left of the photograph you have, you'll see the house, what's at 528.
Mm-hmm.
So up from that, you'll see the road. There's a T there, which was going to be moved back. There's a stream running there. I assume the wetland we're talking about is the headwater of the stream that runs to the left on the golf course?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. All right. Because, that's, we were very concerned back then about maintaining the quality of the water in that stream. What will you be doing to continue to maintain the quality of the water? Because you have a lot of the wetland surrounding. I assume you're going to be limited use of chemicals and all those good things, correct?
Right. I would assume that those would be standard conditions in the order. I mean, we'll be maintaining the full 50-foot buffer zone, which is going to assist with water quality. And if you've had a chance to walk the property and you've gone down into the wetland itself is by no means pristine. There's been quite a bit of disturbance in there historically, not associated with this project, obviously, but through historic use of the property.
When I looked at the Google Earth Pro, I saw that DEP marked an area called a wooded swamp mix of trees to the north of the property. Can you show that to me on your drawings?
It might be easier to show it on the site plan with the wetland.
Mm-hmm.
So the dark green area, that's the wetland that extends up into the north part of the property.
Yep, they called it a wooded swamp mixed trees.
Yeah, it's basically, it's called a plustron forested wetland because there are trees that are over, I believe it's 15 feet in height that are in the wetland.
Mhm. Where is that on this drawing?
The dark green areas?
Oh, it's dark green. Okay.
How am I doing, John? The circle. Is that
Very
okay?
good. Yes, perfect.
And that's the 100 right there. The purple line.
The purple
the-
line is the 100-year floodplain. The yellow, the light yellow is the 50 to 100 foot buffer.
Okay.
There'll be no pathway to the golf course or anything, will there?
Nope,
No.
no, not planned, not, so.
I don't believe there's any direct abutting access to the golf course, correct?
No, I don't think,
A lot of trees.
yeah, there's a lot in the way. Your feet would get really wet. I think, I don't think it would be an easy path to make if someone ever tried to do it. But we have no intention of doing it.
Jeff, do we usually look at two houses on the same property at once like this? I mean,
Yes.
I think this was, it's all one property.
even
Aren't
though
the two properties, I'm not sure what the, sorry, I'm not sure what the surrounding issue is with the properties. I thought it was two separate that were merged into one property. Is that correct?
Sure. So this, in the past, this lot was actually split into three, which is how it is today. However, I think because nothing had happened, this is where about the third lot line bisects the back lot. The assessor's office shows this as one lot, just because it's all in common ownership. The owner said he had talked to the building department, and they would respect the previous subdivision, so he'd be able to have two lots from this.
Thank you.
Can you blow up this again so that I could see it large? Can you enlarge the drawing, please?
There are two, this is Chris McFarland. There's two things that, well, one thing I'd like to see and one thing that's a slight concern of mine. I would like to see a drawing with the existing trees on it. I think it's important for us to be able to take that and go to the site and visualize what actually is being removed and what's being proposed to sort of mitigate that. A lot of the trees that you're suggesting for mitigation are quite small, and I do think that perhaps a few larger trees might be in order. My real concern actually has to do with the driveway to the second house. It seems that it does widen to a second parking area or entry to the garage, but it's not a convenient, it's a very long driveway, and it's not a convenient driveway to turn around in. So it seems that you might want to consider that now rather than after going through the permitting process. I certainly think if I lived here, I'd want to be able to turn a car around and get out of that driveway a little more easily. So I just think I think it's something to consider.
Okay, I can appreciate that comment. I think we would do just to minimize the effort. You know, like a small hammerhead, right? So you can imagine backing up and then backing.
Yeah, which in effect might demand a small retaining wall. I mean, your grades are getting pretty tight there, but obviously you'd be able to tell better when you actually looked at it.
Sure.
Jeff, do we have any comments from the public?
No, there's no comments. But just to remind anybody in the audience, if you have any questions or concerns about the project, so just write your question into the question and answer feature, then we can read it out loud.
Mhm. Well, I appreciate the mitigation planting. I appreciate the planting plan as a whole. And as I said, I would like to see the site plan to have the trees that are being removed, anything over 12 inches, shown on the plan. Is any other commissioners have anything that they would like to suggest or that they would like to see on plans here?
Nope.
No, I agree. I think that was the thing I was looking for too, the planting plan and marked of the existing trees and what's being taken out.
Mhm. Kathy, Marianne? Anything?
No, I'm just concerned being so close to the 50. Usually we have the 50-foot buffer zone to protect the wetlands, and then the next 50 is to protect that 50. And I don't, I see this in the hundreds, so don't feel, I'm just thinking about a lot of that
Okay.
right now.
Yes, and I agree.
I'd like to walk the site.
I think it's very worthwhile to walk it, Marianne. And, if there had been alternatives to move the second house out of the 50 to 100 to beyond the 100, I would certainly sympathize with your point of view, but we just don't have many options the way it's constructed right now. It's either build in the 100 or that second house isn't there.
Right, or choose another property. But that's not for me to say.
So I guess what we're looking for would be a revised plan showing the trees, existing vegetation, 12 trees, 12 inches in diameter or larger. And as Chris mentioned, and I agree, if the proposed trees are, I think, 2 to 3 feet tall, if I would actually like to see something at least a minimum of a 2-inch caliper. We usually for trees, in a site like this, we'd ask for something that's at least a 2 to 3 inch caliper tree as a mitigation. So any increase in the tree size would be appreciated.
I'm sorry, Jeff, did you say the trees were 3 feet tall?
Yeah.
Yes.
That's ridiculous. That's not a tree. That's someone's afternoon shopping at Home Depot. Yeah, I think we need some seriousness in the landscaping here. All right? 3 feet to me, it's not a serious landscaping effort, I'm sorry. We normally talk 5 to 6 feet, Jeff, something like that.
All right.
2 to 3 inches wide, and I think we should maintain that here.
Well, I think if I may say to Mr. Zimmer that, the intent of obviously you have planting in rain gardens, which is very site specific, but beyond the planting that's in the rain garden, the idea is that the mitigation planting is really something to replace over time, the vegetation that's been removed. So you mentioned some very large trees. So, some new vegetation that's going to actually have an effect on the site in a reasonable amount of time, it would be worthwhile.
Right. I fully understand and appreciate that. One question for the commission is, and you'll see this when you take a walk out there, that the wetland and the 50-foot buffer are pretty degraded in areas.
Mhm.
Is the commission amenable to doing some restoration within in the wetland or within that 50-foot buffer to help mitigate for those trees coming down so that we can make the wetland function a little bit better and the 0 to 50 better functioning as well.
Yeah, I think it's certainly something we would be in favor of.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah,
Well,
Can I just make a comment? Dick Avery is a member of the Cohasset Conservation Trust, and they own the wetland across the street. He just had a comment that I'd like to read. He says that his only concern would be if this plan would affect runoff water crossing the roadway into the swamp across the street. Will this plan increase, decrease, affect the runoff coming across the street in any way?
No, and actually, if you care to take a closer look at the contours and the topography, this property actually slopes down from the road. And we've maintained that, right? So this little edge in here between the edge of the road, which is about here where it says water main to the property line, actually goes down into the property. So any work we do here is really contained on this site, heading to the wetlands off to the west.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Jeff, did Mr. Avery specify what his concern was? Because it's my understanding across the road is a very large swampy area, which is a receptacle for a lot of water from the railroad track and all that. It's not clear to me that if there was an increase in runoff from this property into that would be much of a problem. But I was wondering whether Mr. Avery had any other concerns. Okay.
We can wait to see if he types anything else in.
All right.
Jeff, what would be the date that this would be continued to?
April 22nd.
April 22nd, meaning, and that would demand that new drawings would be submitted by when?
The 15th, so a week from today.
Mr. Power, is that possible, or do we want to look further out?
I think given just that it's locating some trees and clearing some planting, I think we can do that. I'll consult with my client as well. The one twist in that is that I will be traveling and I may not be able to connect, so someone might fill in for me. However, Mr. Zimmer may help. We have a landscape architect who did the planting plan. So someone might sort of wrap up the story, assuming we can get there. And for some reason, something goes amiss and we can't meet that date, we'll request a continuance.
Okay. So this hearing will be continued till April the 22nd. Thank you very much.
Chris, can I just say one thing? I'd like to have Mr. Power just make sure that the 50-foot area is flagged when we go out. I'll be going out next week. I'd like to see where the 50-foot runs.
Yes, it actually was flagged earlier this week, so you should,
okay.
Everything was laid out.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. I'm just going to, by the way, Mr. Avery did write in here that their concern would be if the pollutants came across the road. That was his concern. Okay. Our next hearing this evening is NOI 18-8 for 126 and 128 Forest Avenue. We're looking at extending order of conditions. This hearing was continued from February 25th. Jeff, you want to give the background on this, please?
Mr. McFarland, Jay Pimpari is now present for the evening, just for the record.
Okay, Jay Pimpari has joined us. We now have a quorum of 6 commissioners.
So just a quick background on this project was there was an order of conditions, a stormwater permit issued for a new single-family home in 2018. The only work that's taken place so far was the clearing of the lot. No further work has been done, so they're seeking an extension on the order of conditions to continue work.
Okay, and I understand there were some items that you were concerned about being taken care of. Could you Just give.
Yeah, so the siltation barrier hadn't been installed. But I spoke with the contractor yesterday and they are currently working on that now. The wetlands flags have also been rehung, and the DEP sign is up and the order of conditions has been recorded.
Okay.
So Jeff, since February, they haven't flagged the area until this week?
It was flagged, but some of the flags had fallen, so they rehung the wetland flags.
When I had looked at it, they wanted, I guess it was last delineated in 2017, I think it was. And I think that's now 4 years now. So I just wonder, should we have that looked at again? Has the conditions changed in 4 years?
So they're just looking for a permit extension. They're not, it's not a new application. They just, the order of conditions expires after 3 years. So they're looking for an extension on the permit. It doesn't really need to have the wetland reassessed.
Jeff, has any work been done at all out there? Any work whatsoever?
Yes, just the clearing of the lot.
Okay, so you sent this letter to them on March 3rd, over a month ago now, to install the silt sock, but yet, as I understand, they've still yet to install the silt sock.
Dr. Pompeo was out of the country for a few weeks after I'd sent that letter. So when he came back, he contacted Carbonaro Consulting, who in turn arranged for the siltation barrier to be installed.
But it's still not in though.
There?
They are working on it as we speak.
Why are they doing it now? I mean,
Because
why-
they didn't do it before. That's what the violation notice was concerning that I sent out, that the silt sock was not installed. They are installing it now.
But it's not there today.
No.
When you say they're installing it now, Jeff, you mean next week or like tomorrow? What do we-
Yeah, literally tomorrow. I spoke with the contractor yesterday who said that he could have brought out the hay type siltation barriers, and I said he couldn't do that, that he needed to use the mulch filled barriers. So that's what was the extra delay.
And what's the ramifications, Jeff, if they don't comply with your notice of violation that you sent out over a month ago now?
Well, if they don't do that, then there would be further discussion on probably issuing an enforcement order to have that done. So I know there was a representative from Carbonaro Consulting here to speak on this. There's Carmen Hudson, who I promoted to a panelist. And then there's also Sandra Carbonaro. I don't know if that's a John or not.
Carmen, you're muted. Could you?
I promoted Sandra in case that was John.
Okay. Yeah,
Good evening. Yeah, I'm not sure why that's, good evening. I'm not sure why my wife's name's coming up, but she would, I wish she would trade spaces
You're
with me.
probably using her computer, John.
Yeah, I'm actually at the office. That's why I'm baffled by that, but I'm gonna call her and see if she'll switch spaces with me. No, thank you. Good evening. My name is John Carbonaro from Carbonaro Consulting. As Jeff mentioned, we were actually unaware of even the initial activity that took place when Dr. Pompeo asked us to file this request. He had begun some of the work, as Jeff mentioned, to clear some of the area. He was not obviously under the impression that he needed to install the siltation barrier for that work. He has since, as Jeff mentioned, installed the sign, recorded the order. He was out of the country when that letter was issued, so he subsequently contacted a contractor. They were out a couple weeks. They finally were able to get to the site, and the only thing they could install was straw wattle. So Jeff encourage them not to do that and to get the silt sock that we had specified on the plan. So that is scheduled to go in tomorrow. Dr. Pompeo has essentially lost a year, obviously due to the pandemic. So he's seeking a one-year extension to sort of recapture that.
So he's had this letter, Doctor. I'm sorry about his situation and the health situation too, but it seems like he's had the letter for a while, and that I'm surprised that he hasn't moved forward with putting in this sock.
As Jeff mentioned, he was out of the country by the time that was issued. He's moved as quick as he can to get this expedited. So it will be fully compliant by tomorrow. The order expires at the end of the month, so we're hoping to get the vote before the order expired.
Will you be there tomorrow to see it installed?
Yes.
Thank you.
Any other comments?
No, I can understand how someone can be out of the country. I think that moving forward, Jeff Summers, it would be great to also send letters to the engineer to expedite so we don't run into issues where we have somebody that doesn't check their mail or for whatever reason is not at home, not occupying the current residence due to the COVID situation, whatever the case may be. To also send a letter to the applicant's engineer or whoever's representing the applicant so that it can be expedited a little bit more. But I'm hopeful if everyone's saying that the silt sock's going to go in tomorrow, then I will believe you that it's going to go in tomorrow. And it sounds like that would close out the notice of violation.
Yes.
I think you're right about sending duplicate letters as well.
So John, you're looking for a one-year extension to this?
Yes.
Do I hear a motion?
I'll, Jay Pampara, make a motion to issue a one-year extension to the existing order of conditions for the project at 126, 128 Forest Ave.
Second that.
We heard a motion in a second. We'll do a roll call vote. Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, yay.
Eric Eisenhower,
Eric Eisner, yay.
Trish Grady,
Tricia Grady, yay.
Jay Pampari,
Jay Pampara, yay.
Mary Ann Weatherall,
Marianne Weatherall, yay.
Chris McFarland, yay. That extension passes 6-0.
Thank you very much.
John, let's move on to the next hearing that you're involved in.
Yes.
In accordance with Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 131, Section 40, the Cohasset Wetland Bylaw and the Cohasset Stormwater Bylaw, the Cohasset Conservation Commission will hold a public hearing on Thursday, April 8th, 2021 at 6:30 via remote participation on a Zoom platform from applicants John and Virginia Whalen for notice of intent 21-15 to install a private residential dock at 51 Gammons Road.
Good evening, members of the commission. For the record,
John?
my name is
John, 1 second. Chris, I'm going to recuse myself from this hearing.
Okay, we have 5 commissioners. Go ahead, John, sorry.
fine. Good evening, again, John Cavanaro from Cavanaro Consulting, representing Jack Weiland and Virginia Weiland, of course, the owners of 51 Gammons Road. So Jack and Virginia have lived in this house for many years. They've seen their neighbors benefit and make use of a little harbor with docks on either side of them, and they thought it was time to exercise that and have a dock designed and constructed to provide access to Little Harbor. So their property fronts on Little Harbor. Obviously, it is a house that looks to the southeast. The property actually comes out to high water, and then it actually runs, sort of jets out to low water, perpendicular to low water. So what's being proposed is a dock that is on the southerly side of the lot to provide access directly from the home. It will run in sort of a dogleg configuration, primarily to maintain the contours of the waterway itself, but also provide safe access from the land side. Mrs. Weiland is wheelchair bound, so we've designed a ramp up to the pier that will, rather than have steps come up to the pier, so we've designed this to try to minimize the profile itself, keep at least a 4-foot separation above the salt marsh, but keep it to somewhat of rather than keep it a continuous run at a higher elevation, we brought it down so it's still in excess of 6 feet on one end of the salt marsh. It's a little over 4 feet on the other end, but it's designed as a sloping pier. 24-foot ramp, 12 by 16 foot float. The ramp and the float are seasonal. They come out at the end of each season. This is a dock that has been looked at by DEP. They've issued a DEP number. Division of Marine Fisheries also issued a letter. This area is suitable for shellfish habitat, so they made a couple comments that are common for Division of Marine Fisheries, and they generally lean towards separation of both the float between the mudflats and the pier between the salt marsh grass. So Army Corps and DEP have a minimum standard of a 1-to-1 separation, vertical to horizontal width of the pier. So that's for every 1 foot of pier width. We're required to have at least 1 foot of vertical separation to the salt marsh grass. That's why we have at least 4 feet on one end, and we have over 6 feet on another due to the slope of the land. What Division of Marine Fisheries looks for, based on recent studies, is actually a 50% increase in vertical separation. So they'd like to see a 1.5 foot to 1 ratio. So for every 1 foot width of pier, they want to see 1.5 feet of separation. So we achieved that for a good portion of the pier as it exists. But like I said, we're trying to keep it generally as low as possible without going beneath the minimum threshold. The second comment that they had was, which is also typical, to maintain when we have low water that goes below where the float will be situated, that we maintain at least 30 inches of separation from the bottom of the float to the mudflat. And that's to provide, as we've talked about in the past, that benthic zone to provide allowable activity and also habitat for the shellfish or other organisms that are in the mud. But that was something that we had planned to take care of as part of the float design anyway, to have that elevated. This plan will go in front of the Zoning Board of Appeals for a special permit next month, and it will go, once we have the order of conditions special permit, then we proceed with a Chapter 91 license with the Commonwealth, as well as Army Corps. As I mentioned, we do have a DEP file number, so this evening we're hopeful to proceed with the order of conditions.
Thank you, John. John, I'd like to ask you a couple questions. I mean, you referred to the Marine Fisheries letter, and they do talk about a separation between the float and the substrate at all times.
Right.
Now, is your interpretation of that, or did I hear your interpretation of that to mean that the float needs to, because you have skids on the float, that's not, that actually accounts for the separation?
Yes. Yeah, so the bottom of the float itself, the majority of the float is above the substrate.
Okay. And it is 30 inches above the substrate?
Yes, it will be
Okay.
maintain that 30-inch. That'll be a requirement. That'll be part of the license itself.
Okay. And where will this float go in the winter?
It'll go either in an upland location on site. This is a fairly sizable lot, or it will be carried off and stored at a marina. But there is adequate upland area on the lot outside of the 100-foot buffer zone, clearly outside the 50.
Okay. Can I ask you to go to the section again?
Sure.
So you do indicate a 5-foot minimum separation for public access, but that would only be accessible at low tide, correct?
Correct.
So
Well, not so much at low tide, but at a majority of the tides. Yeah. But that's where the minimum separation is required.
Okay.
It's essentially to allow safe passage from mean high water, because that's the public area, so that people can get through and fish and fowl.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
John, how much does that extend over into the mean high tide?
So that goes, we have to have at least a 10-foot opening from mean high water, 10 feet across and 5 feet high.
Yep. Okay.
So for public access. And we have more than that. We have over 6 feet and more like 7 feet because the ground slopes down.
Okay.
And John, can you just give us a little overview as far as how these piles are going to be driven into the salt marsh there? Are they all going to be mechanical, and just how that's going to be performed?
Yeah, so they will be mechanically driven. They can, depending on, these will probably be 6 to 8 inch piles that will be either screwed in or hammered with a small pile driver from a land. It'll be land based.
Maybe even like a tripod. I guess you build it as you go. You put in a pile,
Right.
and you build it, and then set the tripod off the edge or something like that.
Exactly. It's a fairly quick process.
There's a dock, it looks like due north on the neighboring property. How long is that dock? Do you know where that dock and how long that's been there?
I don't know how long it's been there. Based on the scale of our drawing, I can estimate that it's probably about 200 feet long at least. This is 90 feet. So to compare, this bar scale is 90 feet. So I would say 90, 180, maybe even 250 to the end of the float.
John, did you say your pier altogether with the float is 119 feet, or is it, because when I did the calculation, I came up with 125 feet.
So the
Just curious
ramp,
about that.
we're including the accessible ramp at the end of the pier. So this is about 60 feet, and the ramp itself runs about 70 feet. So that's 130 feet permanent, and then the ramp, this ramp and float come out seasonally. So that's another 24 feet and 12 feet.
And is this pier, is it does it have electricity on it?
It's not designed right now to have any lighting.
Okay. And to prevent shading, I thought I read that the marine fisheries letter recommended a 6 foot one, I think it was 1 to 1 foot.
So yeah, that's what I mentioned. They'd like to see 1.5 to 1.
Mhm.
So what we do achieve that for a portion of the pier. What we can do is elevate it to match that. We're, again, trying to keep the profile to its, I won't say it's minimum, but we try to reduce the amount of structure. But we could certainly achieve that with an adjustment.
Yeah, I think just to protect the salt marsh and reduce the shading impact, that would be recommended. And how is the float being anchored down? Did we talk about that?
Yeah, so it'll just sit, actually. It's attached to a structural ramp. So we've, the last several docks that we've designed and constructed with a certain marine contractor, he has come up with a structural ramp to be affixed to the pier and the float so that it does not require bottom tackle, especially in an area like this that is less susceptible to strong currents and open water. They've functioned very well, and it reduces the amount of contact to the surface, so there's no need for bottom tackle.
When you say bottom tackle, is that an anchor or I think at one point we had talked about flexible rods. Can you address that?
Yeah, so when we have bottom tackle is when you have some type of anchoring system beneath the float, and that's to hold the float in place. Instead of that, we've worked with this contractor to design a structural ramp. So the ramp itself is heavier, and it has hinges on both ends that are stronger and an extended plate that extends onto the float, and it provides that lateral support so that we don't need any anchoring beneath the float. So Marine Fisheries is in favor of that because we don't need to put, the reason we would need the flexible roads is because they don't like to have chains, because chains generate scouring on the bottom. So this eliminates chains, roads, anything, no anchoring below the float at all. And it's worked out well.
Okay, I understand. Okay. Thank you. What is the high tide and low tide usually in this area?
It's about 3.5 to -1.5, roughly.
3 feet is the height? Is the high tide usually?
Well, that's the mean high tide. They get higher up in essentially where the salt marsh goes, but the average goes to about, and that's a datum, that's based on a datum of a national vertical datum of 1988, but it's basically about a 5 to 6 foot average tide cycle, because it's slower. The tides come in. It takes longer to get to high tide out here, and it takes, by the time the tide's going out, it's switching its cycle because we're so far from the Cunningham Bridge. So it's not the same as if you were out at, Cohasset Harbor. It's slightly different tides.
And because of that, do you anticipate them just to use this for kayaks, not power boats?
Oh yeah, this is definitely more of a kayak, much smaller vessel. The Cunningham Bridge limits all vessels in Little Harbor to really almost like a whaler type structure with no T-top. So.
Okay. Thank you.
So John, you said that you would, if I heard correctly, that you would be able to adjust the design of the pier to be raised to accommodate that 6 foot over the marsh.
Yeah, we can do that. If that's something that, if we can condition this, we'd be happy to revise the plan and submit that, if that's possible.
John, it sounds like you're meeting that 6 feet in at the end of but not throughout the entire area? What's the actual distance? I know that, that it's kind of like a catch-22 here. We seem to have been approving many piers over the past few years now, and certainly over the past year. And oftentimes people don't want it 6-8 feet above the ground. The neighbors don't want to see it. They don't want the railing up high, and people want to see it lower. I know that Division of Marine Fisheries would like to see it at a little higher elevation throughout, but again, it kind of goes back and forth as far as, how high does this pier need to be? And so that's really an eyesore to neighbors, etc.
Right, and so that's why we always try to err towards the side of meet the minimum, exceed the minimum, but also try to reduce the profile to the greatest extent practical. Where this is really an accessible pier, meaning that we need to be able to get a wheelchair up to this, that's where it adds a little bit of structure for the ramp versus stairs. Generally, we always like to keep the piers as low as possible, also for the angle of the ramp at low tide. So the higher the pier, the steeper the angle. But as you mentioned, we do exceed the 6 foot on one end, and we're probably over 5 feet on average for most of it.
Yeah, I mean, personally, given the situation of the wheelchair accessibility, I'm personally okay with how it looks as is.
John, what's your slope on your gangplank at this point?
Which
That one.
This rail?
Yeah, what's the maximum slope?
Yeah, it's probably in the 1 to 10, 1 to 8.
Okay.
Will the wheelchair be able to access that?
Not comfortably.
I mean, yeah.
You certainly don't want to go any higher.
No.
But at the same time, you could start your ramp when the ground starts to fall away as well, or the lowering of your pier. Because you've gone up and then come right back down again, where you could stay up and then lower down when you're almost outside the salt marsh.
Yeah, like I said, we can do anything. It's striking that balance that we're trying to reach. So if it's something that we're trying to minimize how much structure is on the ground as well. What you're saying is that we would just go up here and then run this down, but then I'm still going to need to get back down to the ground, so this will probably get a little bit longer.
Well, if again, we're looking at the idea of a compromise, right? So if you
something like that would be a good compromise, I think.
Yeah, I mean, you still get a little more light down there. I mean, I'm concerned that the newest letter by Fisheries suggests that you lose 1/3 of the salt marsh being at a 1-to-1 ratio instead of a 1.5-to-1 ratio. So, we're not.
I'd try to probably bring because we're over 6 feet here, Chris. Yep. So I'd probably bring that back a little bit. So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, I don't understand. So at what point would you start dropping it down to the ramp? You would start where?
So for the majority of the pier, where this red line is, that would get us closer to the 6 feet. So we'd keep this elevation and then run this, maybe bring this up slightly. We'll get this up to at least 5 feet, 5.5 feet.
Because you need the wildlife to pass through too.
Yeah, we're over 6 feet here.
Okay.
So we could bring it up to get to 6 feet. And then keep it close to that and compromise here. So the majority of the run is certainly well above what the minimum is.
Yeah.
I think that's a good recommendation. If the applicant is willing to do that, I certainly would support that.
That way you wouldn't be shading as much as the wetland. I mean, the salt marsh and the shellfish
Correct.
habitat. Okay. So I think we should see another rendition of this.
I think we could put it in the order of conditions.
I would appreciate that. Just because this process is so long, we'd like to keep things moving if possible.
Mhm.
There's a comment from Diana Cornett, who is stating, she just mentions that the slope of the ramp onto the float will be very gentle when they are likely to use it. Navigable water is a couple hours either side of high tide. So I think what she's saying is that the steepness of the ramp down to the float will be when they would actually use it would be at its least steepest.
Yep. Absolutely. Does anyone have an objection to making
No.
that modification as an order of conditions?
No. And I'll make a motion if there's no further comment.
Please do.
Jay Pimpara make a motion to issue an order of conditions for the project at 51 Gammons Road with a specific condition that a revised drawing be submitted to the commission. Does 1 week from today work for you, John?
Yes.
By close of business, April 15th, 2021, that meets the satisfaction of the conservation agent and conservation chairman.
Do I hear a second?
Trish Grady, second.
Having heard a motion and a second, we'll take a vote by roll call. Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, yay.
Eric Eisenhower. You're muted.
He
He
recused himself.
He recused.
Oh, that's right. Sorry. Eric Eisenhower recused himself. Trish Grady,
Trish Grady, yay.
Jay Pimpari,
Jay Pimpara, yay.
Marianne Weatherall,
Yay.
Chris McFarland, yay. That vote passes 5-0.
Jay Pimpara
Thank you very
also.
much.
I think we need a variance on this as well. So Jay Pimpara make a motion to issue a variance for the work at 51 Gammons Road for work within the 50-foot buffer zone.
Second.
Having heard a motion and a second for a variance for the work at 51 Gammons Road. We'll take a vote by roll call. Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, yay.
Trish Grady,
Trish Grady, yay.
Jay Pimpari,
Jay Pimpara, yay.
Marianne Weatherall,
Yay.
Chris McFarland, yay. That vote passes 5-0.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Sandra.
I'm not nearly as attractive as her.
All right, let's move on to the next, which is 137 Nichols Road. In accordance with Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 131, Section 40, Cohasset Wetland Bylaw and the Cohasset Stormwater Bylaw, the Cohasset Conservation Commission will hold a public hearing on Thursday, April 8th, 2021 at 6:30 p.m. via remote participation on a Zoom platform from applicant Brian Crumley for notice of intent 21-16 to install a private residential dock at 137 Nichols Road.
Good evening again. I'm going to ask if it's okay to promote Adam Brodsky, attorney, who's also represents the owner, Mr. Crumley. And I will ask Adam if he'd like to make an introduction, and I'm happy to.
Thank you, John. Good evening, everyone. My name is Adam Brodsky. I'm an environmental and land use lawyer with Drowan, Tacho, and Morgan. And together with John, I represent Brian Crumley. John is far more qualified than am I to present the project, so I'm happy to hand this off to him. Just as a point of information, the project is located within land subject to coastal storm flooding in the AE elevation 13 flood zone. So we do require a special permit from the Zoning Board of Appeals because we're located within the floodplain district. We appeared before the Zoning Board of Appeals earlier this week. We presented the application, and as their practice, they like to keep the hearings open before they issue a decision. So we've been continued to May 4th, and we anticipate that the Zoning Board of Appeals will have a decision granting a special permit for the project in May. So with that said, I'll hand it back to John with your permission, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Adam. And I'm going to go back to the share screen if that's okay. I'll pull up the plan. This is sort of a mini version of the plan that we just looked at for the other dock. This is a much different scenario where we're actually at almost at one of the very outer reaches of Little Harbor. This property is located at the corner of Nichols Road and Atlantic Ave across from Sandy Beach. You may be familiar with this corner as it's sort of populated with Phragmite, and you probably almost seldom notice that there's actually an inlet of water that comes up into the Crumley's property. What this property has sort of done historically is they've traipsed through their landscape off the driveway and through the thicket of Phragmite to launch their small vessels into the water sheet at this location. So we're talking about even smaller vessels than normal kayaks, paddleboards, and very small boats. But rather than continue this sort of traipse through the thicket of Phragmites, the Crumleys would like to elevate, put a clean, straight, small pier, ramp, and float in place so that they can access the water, similar to the last proposal. This actually has even a little bit less water because we're at the end of this little inlet of Little Harbor, but it runs into the similar scenarios that we had at the last comment letter with respect to Division of Marine Fisheries. So in this case, this will be much easier. We also intended to have this float elevated. It has a 24-foot long ramp and a little bit smaller float, a 10 by 16 float due to the configuration. We had at least 4.5 feet above the salt marsh, and again, increasing to about 7 feet. So we sort of reached that 1.5 to 1 for the most of it. We'd like to keep this as low as possible. This again would be, again, trying to strike a balance, and this is actually a pier that we'd like to keep as low as possible. So if this is something that we can reach a compromise to achieve that 1.5 to 1, we'd appreciate that as well. So it's a very similar. We do have a DEP number. Adam mentioned that we've been to the Zoning Board of Appeals. We expect to conclude that at their next hearing. And from there, we go to the lengthy process of a Chapter 91 process. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
John, I have a quick question. For keeping it as low as possible, is it possible to then increase the distance between planks to open up that space to allow light through the top a little bit more?
Yeah, we can do that. That's another alternative that can increase light penetration. So typically we have, I think it's a minimum of 5/8 spacing. I can check that, but we can certainly increase the spacing to maximize that.
And no railings on this one, John?
This one was, because it's a shorter span and we're trying to really minimize the profile for the neighbors. We want to just keep this as sleek as possible, quite frankly.
Mm-hmm.
And again, we go from 7 feet to 4.5 feet.
It looks like the
I think-
Division of Marine Fisheries letter was almost identical to the 51 Gammons Road. Can you just talk about the 30-inch substrate or distance?
Sure.
relation?
Yeah, so it's the same thing with the float, and we're aware of that. We generally design for a minimum of 18-inch separation, but where there's potential to have shellfish, which is what this is, it's a potential habitat area. As you may know, Little Harbor has been prohibited. It's a prohibited shellfish harvesting area, and has been for about 20 years. I talked to the shellfish constable, Paul Patterson, which I typically do when we have a dock application, to just get the latest and greatest on shellfish in the harbor, and nothing's really changed in that regard. However, there's some areas that are mapped as potential habitat, so that's why they flag that and encourage a greater separation rather than the 18-inch. They ask for a 30-inch to increase that by a foot where that's possible. So that's something that it takes away from obviously the usability of the float, but it seems like a standard practice at this point.
John, why does it take away the usability?
Well, because the float stays higher, it's always suspended. It's always has that separation. So we need more water to come in before the float is. I mean, you can use put a kayak in on a shallower, but essentially it's the whole float isn't floating until you have at least 30 to 36 inches of water.
Right.
John, if you look at the mean high water there at that distance, what percent of the hours in the day will this float not be on the bottom?
So, you know, it's a 6-hour tide cycle between low and high.
Because I was down there today, and the whole end of Little Harbor was pretty much a mud flat, and it wasn't really yet. And I'm just wondering how usable this is going to be as a raft. As a stable platform touching the bottom, that's something else, all right? But as a flotation device, I just don't imagine it's actually going to be floating many hours a day.
It'll be limited, quite frankly, but as I mentioned at the outset, the historic use out here has been to traipse through the thicket, the salt marsh. It's really a mix of salt marsh, phragmite, and rather than, you know, have soaking feet and dragging kayaks and canoes through that, this is just a much cleaner, creates that permanent separation from the resource area, and it's just a cleaner way to access the water sheet. Even if the water is limited anyway as far as the type of vessel, but what this does is it provides a cleaner, more accessible pathway to the resource area.
John, do you see this raft as more like a storage for putting kayaks on top of it?
No, right now what's being proposed is what you have here, which is the ramp. The plan will probably be to have the kayaks stored on top of the float.
Yeah.
You know, John, you know that we're responsible
How
for
much
the
weight is that?
aesthetics, John, all right? One of our values is the aesthetic value. If you go to Sandy Beach, pull over on the side of the road and look back toward this property, you'll see something which I was quite surprising, in that this will be the only structure in the area that's being used for accessing the water. None of the other homes to the left going toward, I guess that would be what, going toward the west or east, have any structures like this. So it's actually quite peaceful and calm and uninterrupted right now, very natural environment. And this going in will certainly disturb that. It's not like other places that we've seen in Little Harbor. This is very natural and very pleasant to look at, you know, hasn't been developed, hasn't had any great structures put in. So that would be certainly a negative to this.
Again, which is why we're trying to minimize the profile of the structure. I mean, this is also pretty heavily vegetated with Phragmite, this whole corner. So that's not going to change. This will still be a patch of Phragmite with really just a straighter, simpler, cleaner access to the water sheet.
According to your diagram, John, your pier will be going through the Phragmites. You'll have Phragmites on the left and on the right and coming up underneath through the pier itself. Unless you begin some sort of invasive species elimination program, you will be very, very quickly overcome by the Phragmites, I'm afraid. What are your plans for that?
Well, the Phragmites will pretty much stay. I mean, this will, as you mentioned, cut through the Phragmite, which you'll see if you've been out there, a path that runs through the Phragmite. Today, that's how the historic use has been. They've accessed the water here. So there is no plan to eradicate that entire Phragmite patch, but this will go through it.
You would not have any objections in the conditions if we put that the Phragmites had to be left untouched and the invasive species had to be left the way they are. No? Okay.
I don't think so. I don't want to speak out of turn if Adam has any reservations for that.
John, how would this be constructed? Would they have to build it similar to the other one at 51 Gammons, or would they be putting it in by hand because it's such a shorter?
Yeah, it'll be similar. Again, this is going to be land-based. Everything will be accessed from the upland, from the driveway, and it's a pretty short span, so a much quicker installation, but it'll be similar as we talked about at the last application. You'll install a small tripod to install the piles, the 4 or 5 rows of piles, and it'll go pretty quick.
John and Mr. Chair, this is Adam Brodsky. The purpose of the project is to minimize alteration to the wetlands area. It's clearly an area that's inundated with Phragmites, but there's also salt marsh. So actually constructing the pier pulls human alteration, potential human alteration, walking through that area, disturbing it, and minimizes human contact with the wetland resource area. So that's the whole purpose of the project, is to separate that. So we weren't planning on doing anything to alter that wetland resource area. So we would have no interest in doing that. Thank you.
Thank you. Hey, John, is there any reason this couldn't narrow by 6 inches?
No. I mean, 4 feet is sort of we like to keep it but especially where we don't have any railings on this. But are you saying to further enhance?
I'm just putting it out as a question. I mean, we've seen similar piers like this that were as narrow, I think, as 3 feet, and obviously every bit of addition to that and is light that you're blocking. I'm just wondering, since the owner's comfortable enough to not have rails, would they be comfortable enough to go to 42 inches instead of 48 inches?
And Chris, you're saying that in an effort to lower the structure?
Well, I mean, it all comes into play the same way. So if it's 3'6" wide, then in fact you're mitigating some of that light loss, not by raising the height, but by narrowing the width.
Yeah, frankly, I'd like to keep it more with the bigger separation with the planks. Just I'm thinking, practically speaking, they're probably going to be carrying kayaks across this. So without the railing, I would say, and we really want to try to discourage the railing, because that That does
I
keep
agree.
the profile down.
Yep.
So where we do have 7 feet on one end, we have 5.5 feet.
Mhm.
Frankly, I'd rather almost elevate by 6 inches than reduce the width by 6 inches.
Yeah.
Yeah, the decking space on the plan, it says the decking space is 3/4 of an inch for light penetration. I mean, I think, if you could open that up to, 1 inch, I think, you would get 25% light increase, but it would also still be comfortable enough to walk across.
Yeah. Jeff, do you remember the width of the pier we approved on the Gulf River a while back? Remember the one that was going through the swamps there?
Yeah, I think that's the one Chris was referring to. That was 3 feet, but it was also much, much lower than this.
There, yeah. So less risky.
Yes.
John, one of the noticeable things on this when you put it in place is that if it's like a typical pier, they're done out of a very, very shiny aluminum. Is there any way you can put a matte surface on these so that when you're driving by at the beach, this thing is not glistening in front of you when it catches the sunlight? Can you adjust the finish?
I'm sure anything can be done, quite frankly, to the finish. I mean, there are duller sort of nickel type finishes versus, certainly it's not going to be a chrome finish. But yeah, I can certainly talk to the fabricator about having more of a brushed nickel finish.
Okay. Yeah, okay.
Okay, to summarize this, then we're thinking of having a 1 inch, the 1 inch platforms or 1 inch separation to increase the light. And then Chris was suggesting that it be a bit shorter by, was it 4
Yeah, but
inches?
I think they suggested that was not something that they would like to do.
But we're also trying to reduce the impact on the salt marsh.
How about if we
Way up.
increase it by 6 inches in elevation and increase the spacing by 2 inch, and then that's the compromise to keep the profile as low as possible and also increase to the maximum extent practical. It's a very short span.
Seems reasonable.
That works for me.
Yep, that sounds better.
Let's go with it.
Jay,
Jay Pimpari would like to make a motion to issue an order of conditions for the project at 137 Nichols Road with the following condition: that a revised plan be submitted by, I assume by a week from today. John, is enough time?
Yes, thank you.
Revised plan be submitted to the commission by close of business 1 week from today, April 15th, 2021, and the revised plan reflect the platform. The spacing in the platform be of 1 inch separation, and the platform itself be raised by 6 inches, as long as the plan meets the satisfaction of the conservation agent and the conservation chairman.
do I hear a second?
I second.
Again,
Having heard a motion in a second, I'd like to take a roll call vote for the order of conditions at 137 Nichols Road. Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Eric Eisenhower,
aye.
Trish Grady,
Trish Grady, aye.
Jay Pampari,
Dave Pimpari, aye.
Marianne Weatherall,
Aye.
Chris McFarland, aye. That passes 6-0.
Jay Pimpari make a motion to issue a variance for the project at 137 Nichols Road.
That.
Second,
Trish Grady, second.
having heard a motion in a second for a variance at 137 Nichols Road, take a roll call vote. Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Eric Eisenhower,
Aye.
Trish Grady,
Trish Grady, aye.
Jay Pampari,
Dave Pimpari, aye.
Marianne Weatherall,
Aye.
Chris McFarland, aye. That passes 6-0.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your consideration.
Thank you also. Good night.
John?
Thank
Thanks,
you.
John. Thanks, Adam.
Thank you.
Our next hearing this evening is for 24 Atlantic Avenue. In accordance with Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 131, Section 40, the Cohasset Wetland Bylaw and the Cohasset Stormwater Bylaw, the Cohasset Conservation Commission will hold a public hearing on Thursday, April 8th, 2021 at 6:30 p.m. via remote participation on a Zoom platform from applicant First Day Realty Trust for a request for determination of applicability 21-05 to install a water service to a pool house from an existing water service within a bordering vegetative wetland at 24 Atlantic Avenue. Who will be presenting tonight?
Thank you, Chris, and good evening, Commission. This is Jeff Hassett, civil engineer with Morse Engineering. On behalf of the property owner, we filed an RDA for a water service within the buffer zone. The only work proposed under this RDA is that water service. The pool house itself was previously approved. The water service will connect to the existing water service servicing the main house, which runs through the buffer zone. The connection point will be made outside of the 50-foot buffer, so there will be no work within the 50-foot buffer. The portion of the water line within the 100-foot buffer is about 55 linear feet. And the construction will involve using a mini excavator to excavate a trench, make the connection, lay the 1-inch PVC water service, and then backfill it. The construction will take no more than a day. It will not disturb or remove any trees. And once the trench is backfilled, it will be stabilized with wood chips or mulch. And there will be a siltation fence in place throughout construction. Thank you.
So Jeff, you don't expect to run into ledge in this excavation?
No, not in this area. In that portion of the property, there are not any ledge outcrops.
Okay.
Jeff, and the answer might be because due to ledge, but how many feet did you say runs through the 50?
55 feet.
Okay, so
Not through the 50, through the 50 to 100.
yes, yes,
Right.
I meant to say that. I'm just wondering, to make it less invasive into that part of the buffer, is it possible to move that pipe instead of starting it in that corner there to start it? Could you maybe zoom in just a little bit more so I could see the other end of the building? Could you start it from
This area.
right where those steps are?
Yeah, in this vicinity and go more perpendicular.
And go right across, then you'd be going into that buffer zone like about half of what you would if it were.
Yeah, the reason we're proposing this location is that at that connection point, the existing water service goes from being copper to plastic. And the water department believes there's a small leak in that location anyways. So they want to go in and repair that. And also when you're on the site, it's a clear path where it's accessible because a small excavator could go right down the slope and there are no trees, no underbrush. It's kind of a clear shot with no obstructions.
And how wide is that? The trench?
The width of a bucket on a small excavator, so about 2 feet.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Is this like a 1 or 2 day project, Jeff?
They can do the portion within the buffer zone will only be a day.
Jeff, I understand that putting in a pipe and material is only about 8 to 12 inches under the ground. So can they hand dig that instead of bringing in an excavator?
No, water service should be down 4 feet for frost protection, so it doesn't freeze.
Okay. And even though it's a clear correction or a clear, well, what you're saying before what Kathy had asked, it does seem better to move it toward the staircase, but they can't, the water department can't fix that pipe on its own and then bring it in, that source closer to the stairwell, because that would be less intrusive that way.
Well, now we're talking about disturbing two different areas. And although this location is slightly further in the 50, well, it is further in the 55-foot buffer, it's going to be less impact because of the route the excavator can take. It's a shorter distance. They're going to be digging that in that area anyways. And you know, I didn't mention it before, but there is some ledge outcrops over here. So in the field, that's the spot. I've been out there with the property owner and the contractor, and we're all in agreement that that is the easiest way to make the connection and be the least impact.
And Jeff, what size water lines going in?
I believe it's a 1 inch.
1 inch?
Yeah.
Jeff, as you said, this is like a day project for the most part, at least the trench digging and backfill outside of the connection into the actual house.
It is, yes, yeah.
Jeff, does the property already have water in it? I assume, like, being a pool house, it would already have like a shower and a toilet. Just
Well,
curious.
the pool house is under construction and it currently does not have water. The original plan of the property owner was to run it from the main house.
Right.
The problem is it's all ledge in this vicinity, and to get a pipe deep enough, it's going to be days, if not weeks, of hammering and removing ledge. So it's far, far more impact.
And that's because you have to go 4 feet down.
Yeah.
What about the sewer connection, Jeff?
The sewer connection has already been made. That doesn't have to be as deep.
Already been made in that existing area, or where has that been made?
Yes, in the area. The sewer pipe, they were able to connect through this area, kind of going around where the pool.
So to the old sewer line.
So it went underneath the garden. I think that was the garden.
It did, yeah. Yeah, under and through the landscaping and hardscaping.
Okay.
So it looks like the sewer and the water service are side by side at that point. So why didn't they hook up the water at the same time and not go through any buffers?
The sewer service doesn't have to be 4 feet down. So it's a simpler connection.
Oh, so there's a ledge issue? I guess I missed that.
Yeah, this whole...
Where it says pool area there, I mean, it looks like it's a fairly short hop down to the water line, but if that's all ledge, of course, that's not very practical.
Yeah, exactly. This whole area is ledge.
I see.
Right here and over here.
Yeah.
The pool house was somewhat unique construction. They built it on top of a ledge outcrop, and it's built on a slab on top of the ledge.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a 1 inch pipe that's going 4 feet under the frost line, and you want it to cross through that. And there's going to be you don't need any chipping or anything when you bring in this excavator.
Correct.
Do you have to take down any trees, or are they already cleared, or is the lot already cleared?
No, this is there are no trees to be removed. The plan does show the trees, and it's kind of a clear area with no underbrush even. It's a pretty clear route for this water service.
So this is just a reminder for anybody in the audience, if anybody has any questions or comments about the project, just to do that through the Q&A feature.
I'm okay with this.
Would you like to make a motion? Oh, no, we have a, what do we issue on this, Jeff?
So this would be a -2 with no special conditions.
Okay,
Even if they're bringing in the excavator?
It's no, there's no work. Well, I don't see any work within the 50-foot buffer. So I don't personally see that we
Oh,
need to
'cause-
condition this.
no, I don't think
All
we
looks
can-
like all work's going to be outside of the 50. So I don't personally see we need to condition this with anything.
Yep.
Jacob, I make a motion to issue a -2 determination for the project at 24 Atlantic Ave.
Do I hear a second?
I second that.
Having heard a motion and a second for -2 determination at 24 Atlantic Avenue, we'll take a roll call vote. Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Eric Eisenhower,
Eric Eisner, aye.
Trish Grady,
Trish Grady, aye.
Jay Pampari,
Aye.
Marianne Weatherall,
Aye.
Chris McFarland, aye. That vote passes 6-0-0. Our next hearing this evening is for an NOI 21-08 at 73 Atlantic Avenue for the construction of a barn, paddocks, and a rebuilt garage. This has been continued from March the 25th. Jeff, are you presenting this again?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Jeff, is there anybody else you'd like to have brought up?
Yeah, also on the call are the property owners, Tom and Britta Sullivan. Their architect, Jim Kelleher, Brad Holmes of Environmental Consulting and Restoration, and Ed Eichner with TMDL Solutions.
And then I'm sorry, who was the last individual?
Ed Eichner.
Okay. All right, I think we got everybody.
All right. So this is a continued public hearing for an NOI for work associated with a horse barn and horse paddock. To give you, so the property is currently developed with a single family home that's in disrepair. And the commission did previously approve a project to demolish that house and build a new single family home with a paved driveway, and also to reconstruct the tennis court, which is in this area here. This project that we're proposing would be far less impact. That's because the barn utilizes the existing foundation, and the barn is actually a little bit smaller than the structure that's on the property now. The project does not propose any paved surfaces, so there's actually a reduction in impervious. And rather than proposing an impervious tennis court immediately adjacent to the wetland, this area would now be a sand surface as a riding area. So at the last hearing, your one concern pertained to the impact of nitrogen on the wetlands associated with the horses. So since that hearing, we've hired a water scientist, Ed Eichner, who prepared a letter which we submitted. And what we learned is that horses generally go back to their stall to urinate. They like a safe, quiet, dark area. So they go back to their stalls to urinate, which the stalls have a concrete floor with rubber mats and bedding. And the waste is absorbed within the bedding and disposed of in a dumpster. And in this case, the dumpster is watertight with a cover, and it's removed and disposed of off-site. It's picked up. Similarly, manure on the property is picked up daily and also disposed in that dumpster. So for those reasons, the project really has far less impact than a single-family home would, with extensive lawns and potentially fertilizers. In this case, the property will be used only seasonally. The owners live on the adjacent property, and they bring their horses here in the summer from approximately June to September. And they only use the riding area for about 30 to 60 minutes per day per horse, about 5 times a week. And this is it's a residential use as opposed to like a commercial. It will only be the owner's personal horses kept here, and there's only 2 stalls, so there won't be more than 2 horses on the property. So with that, we'd be glad to answer any additional questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Jeff, I know you had offered me a couple other insights to this. Is there anything you wanted to add at this point?
So we were just talking, were you talking about the possible conditions?
No, you had said that the gentleman from DEP suggested that the minor addition of the urine in the area was of little concern. Is that correct?
No, that was Mr. Eichner's assessment. The person from DEP literally didn't have any valuable information, so that was kind of a dead end.
Okay.
So when I reached out to that person at DEP, the response I got was not helpful. So I didn't get any further information from them.
If I may add, I meant to mention that the change that we made to the plan was that we are now sloping the riding area of the paddock the opposite direction away from the wetland to a stone trench in order to get a little more treatment and a longer flow path.
Jeff, do you think it's possible that, during a heavy storm that trench would overflow with water, and then the water would just be running directly out of that at any time? Or does that have enough capacity to pretty much not allow any overflow out of it?
No, with any stone trench, you do get overflow. I mean, a 100-year storm event is almost 9 inches of rain in 24 hours. So any system's going to overtop. But what it does is it captures that runoff and makes it a longer flow path, and it slows the time of concentration. So it releases it more gradually.
Okay.
And Jeff, could you just remind us, with the renovation of the garage, the extended roof area, that is not paved underneath, correct?
No, it would be bare soil underneath.
Okay.
Jeff, was there any consideration of moving, I think this is the paddock, over the driveway? It seems rather close to have this next to what appears to be a wetland.
We can't move it any further because it would block the driveway. It is fenced in. It's a fenced in riding area.
Mm-hmm. And so where is the horses? I read that it's good to have horses graze. There's a horse needs 1 acre of land per horse. So would these horses have 1 acre of land per horse? I'm just not clear.
If there was 1 horse on the property, I believe they do. I'd have to go back and double check my numbers. I'm not a horse expert, but the property owners are, and they believe that this is a suitable area for their horses.
Mm-hmm. And when the manure gets removed as part of your management process, where are you bringing the manure to, and how will you be going along? You'll be going along Atlantic Ave, but like, will you be going by the harbor or which direction will you be going in? Do you know?
I mean, that depends on what company picks it up and where they're bringing it. If you're concerned about it leaking while it's being en route, it'll be in another watertight container.
So it
Jeff, what's
transferred.
what's the size of that container? The manure container?
It's either going to be a 4 or a 6 yard, and I actually have a photograph of it right here. It's a pretty simple container. And there are companies that pick up horse manure and dispose of it properly. The applicant's architect has actually talked to a couple other similar horse facilities in other towns that dispose of the waste in the same manner.
So that's just, it's self-contained. There are no holes in it. It's truly a container itself. It doesn't, water doesn't leach out of that.
That's right. There are no holes in the bottom.
And Jeff, are you saying that the manure is transferred from this blue container to the transport vehicle? Or is it contained in that so there's no chance of manure elements going into the air?
I believe it's dumped in another container.
So it's not 100% sealed then. There's a possibility it could get into the air.
I mean, I can't say there's no possibility, but I think it's very, very slim. The people picking up, and this is what they do, they pick up and dispose of horse manure. And I'm sure they have a very proven technique.
Mm-hmm.
Jeff, do you have an O&M plan or a frequency as far as cleaning the paddock, on a frequency of how often that's going to be cleaned?
Yeah, we do. So in the O&M plan, we state that it'll be cleaned 1 time per day. The property owners actually informed us that they typically clean the outdoor areas 3 times a day. So, but we wanted to commit to at least once per day.
And that O&M plan is part of this application. I didn't see that.
You know, I think we included that in the narrative that was part of the submittal.
Jeff Hassett, when was the wetland delineation report done? What year was that? So that we understand what kind of wetland we're working with here.
Yeah, the wetland was just reflagged by Brad Holmes within the last few months. And it really did not change. Brad also flagged it for, there was an enforcement order on the property and then the permitting of the new single family home a couple years ago. Mm-hmm. So he had flagged it for that. And then he reflagged it just a few months ago for this project.
So it's been delineated as of 2020?
It has, yes.
Can you, Jeff, or someone talk about the buffer enhancement area outside of the paddock area? And please put that, the site plan back up. That would be great if you could put that back up and talk about the green shaded area there outside of the paddock area.
Oh, sure. Oops, I'm losing. Yeah, so the area outside of the fencing for the riding area between that and the wetland is going to be a buffer enhancement area that's going to be seeded with a quick erosion control cover mix, as well as a native upland wildlife forage and cover meadow mix. There's Phragmites in the wetland there. At the last hearing, we talked about the possibility of putting shrubs in. And the reason we're not is that the seed mix is something that can be routinely mowed to keep the Phragmites back.
Okay, and what's the difference between, so you, I guess, what's the height of the fence and the makeup of that proposed fence, first off?
The fence is post and rail wood, and it's about 4 feet tall.
And
it could be as high as 5 feet tall.
And what is the distance there from the post of the fence there to the edge end of the buffer enhancement area?
1 second, please.
About 8 to 10 feet.
Yeah, it's about 10 feet. 10 feet's probably pretty close to that. Yeah.
I guess I'll just make the comment that anything is better than the pile of rock and debris and pavement and all the other junk that's there now, and better than a proposed tennis court that was approved several years back. I don't know what's less, if there's less of a disturbance with the paddock or less of a disturbance with the tennis court. But anything is better than what's there now.
Jeff, where is the manure storage going to be stored? Because it's usually recommended it be on high ground about 200 feet away from the flood zone and wetlands. So where is it?
The dumpster is right here.
So it's going to.
So it's in a flat area, just about outside of the 100-foot buffer to the wetland.
So how are you going to get it from there to there? Like,
So there's a gravel driveway that comes up here that will remain.
and will that be an open container as you move up the hill, up the driveway?
What's that?
Will it be an open container or will it be in a sealed container as it moves up the driveway?
The container for the manure, it's
as you travel from the paddock, I mean, you don't want it to be exposed, so you want it, again, we want to keep it out of the bordering vegetated wetland and any elements in the air. So
the truck will come onto the site via the driveway and continue up the gravel driveway right to the dumpster, where the waste will be dropped into the truck to remove from the property. So the dumpster really doesn't move.
Right. I guess I would want to see that in I would want it carted away in a somewhat sealed truck or just to keep it contained before it. I mean, that's a bit of a distance to travel.
Yeah, I'm sure if you'd like to make that a condition, I'm sure the owners can find a company to remove that dumpster in a manner where it's dumped into another tight container where you don't have to worry about it leaking during transportation.
No, I'm just to rephrase that. I'm concerned about the transport of the manure management just from the paddock up the wide cart path to this.
Oh, how do they carry the manure? It would be shoveled by hand into a bucket and then dumped into the dumpster.
Well, probably a wheelbarrow is my guess. Jeff Summers, question: have we got any comments at all from the state or abutters or anyone for that matter on this property? Any emails or anything of that nature?
No, nobody's asked me anything about this project.
Jeff Hassett, I just wanted to clarify, and I think you did say this, but it's late. I don't want to have missed it. It's 2 horses that are being stabled here. And how many, it's seasonal, correct? How many months are we looking at?
About 4 months, June, July, August, September.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure.
What were the months again, Jeff? I'm sorry.
Approximately June through September.
So if there were some conditions placed upon this, if it were, I don't know, May 15th through September 30th, would that be acceptable from the applicant?
I believe so, yeah.
And to limit the amount of horses as well, to just two.
Sure.
Because it's so close to the wetland and because MAC strongly doesn't, is concerned about such types of properties because of pollution control and protection of the water supply and protection of the groundwater, I would suggest that we have a third-party review of this so that we could just make sure that we are evaluating this correctly.
Marianne, do you have a recommendation for what kind of third-party review you're suggesting?
Well, I am concerned about being so close to the wetland, and
I hear your concern. I'm asking, what kind of review are you interested in having?
I suppose, is this proper to
I guess is the question whether or not it's the stormwater runoff or the nitrogen phosphorus loading that's potentially going to be a result of the urea or anything else?
Well, I'm concerned about, right, the nitrogen, the phosphorus, the ammonia, the organic material, the oxygen depletion, the pathogens, the pests and odors.
I know there was a letter submitted by the applicant. Maybe the applicant could address that a little bit and talk about that.
Yeah, sure. So that was brought up at the last hearing, and that was the main thing we were asked to look into. And we did reach out to and hire a water scientist, which is something I've never done on a project like this. But he had some very valuable information. He did prepare a letter. If he's on the call, how much maybe you can add to it?
It's Mr. Eichner, yes?
Yes.
Mr. Eichner.
He's here.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, I mean, typically situations like this, it gets down to the behavior of the horses. And what Jeff has talked about is if all of the if the horse behavior is the way horses usually behave, and all of the bedding and manure are scooped up and put into the container, there really isn't any sort of potential transmission of any nutrients, nitrogen, phosphorus, to the groundwater from the horses. If they do something that's sort of exceptional for what horses usually do, which would happen very, very infrequently, the impacts are really minimal. So, you know, and that's sort of what's summarized in the letter. You know, if there's specific, you know, questions about behavior of nitrogen in the groundwater or whatever, I'd be willing to address those.
I'd just say I was pretty satisfied with the letter. The nitrate loads is really minimal for sure. And I wasn't aware that horses were so fastidious about their behavior, but I guess I learned something there.
I think what Marianne's referring to is, I think probably some of us feel a little out of our element with this one. It's a little different in terms of dealing with horses, but after reading that letter, I looked delivery search as well, and I do feel more comfortable after having all of this time being spent on this project, especially with the order of conditions outlining the amount of time the horses are there and how many horses that are there. I think that will also minimize any concerns that I had last time.
Yeah, I would agree as well. I think the nitrogen loading, as was stated there, was from the potential paddock would be less than what you would typically see in a septic system. So I'm a little bit more comfortable with that. I guess, you know, one of the other questions I had is, in addition to the manure, how often is this 4 or 6 yard container going to be disposed of off-site, and how quickly is somebody going to be able to get over there to do that? I understand there's only 2 horses, but you're talking about the shavings in the stall, and anything else that's, anything else generated. Is it, any idea of how often those containers are gonna be filled?
Yeah, we calculated that if it's a 6-yard dumpster, it would be removed every other week.
Every other week, okay.
Does anyone else have any comments?
Is there anybody from the audience that has any questions or comments on this project? If you do, please just type them into the question and answer.
Doesn't look like we're getting any questions on this one. So is someone prepared to make a motion on this?
Jay Pimparo, make a motion to issue an order of conditions for the project at 73 Atlantic Avenue with the following conditions. One, that the paddock area be cleaned at least once per day. The second condition is that the horses are only allowed on the property between the dates of March 15th and September 30th.
Jay, I think it's May 15th.
Oh, sorry, May 15th.
But I'd also like to suggest instead of September 30th, go to October 15th. So they talked about a 4-month period, but that's a 5-month, but that gives them a little leeway as far as being, if they need to hire transportation, you sometimes need that, so.
Totally fine with me. We'll revise that time frame to May 15th through October 15th.
Mhm.
In that no more than 2 horses occupy the property. And this is really all stated in the application anyway. I'm not making anything more stringent. It was all in the application. I don't know if there are any other conditions placed outside of those 3 conditions. If not, I'll close that motion.
Do I hear a second?
Trish Grady, second.
Having heard a motion and a second to approve the order of conditions for 73 Atlantic Avenue, take a roll call vote. Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, yay.
Eric Eisenhower, Eric, Trish Grady,
Trish Grady, yay.
Jay Pampari,
Yay.
Eric Eisenhower,
Yay.
Marianne Weatherall,
Yay.
Chris McFarland, yay. That application passes 6-0-0.
Great. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
I think we need a variance on that
Oh,
as
no,
well.
I said
Sorry.
nay.
Yeah,
Jay Pimparo, make a motion to issue a variance for the project at 73 Atlantic Avenue.
Wait,
I'm
I
sorry.
said nay, you said 6-0-0.
Oh, you said nay? I apologize. We'll correct that to be 5-1-0. I'm sorry, Jay, what is the variance?
Variances for work within the 50 at 73 Atlantic.
Oh, okay. Go ahead, please.
Jay Pimparo, make a motion to issue a variance for work within the 50 at Atlantic Avenue. Again, I will make the comment here that I've already made. This was a previously approved project. There was a previously approved tennis court that had been in existence many years ago. So while there's work being allowed in the 50, it's over a property that had existing alterations, a tennis court there, etc. So that's why I'm making the motion to issue a variance.
Do I hear a second?
Trish Grady, second, yeah, or
I
Eric.
already heard a motion and a second for variance for work within the 50-foot buffer at 73 Atlantic Avenue. Take a roll call vote. Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, yay.
Eric Eisenhower,
Eric Eisenhower, yay.
Trish Grady,
Grady, yay.
Jay Pampari,
Yay.
Marianne Weatherall.
Nay.
That's a nay.
Yes,
Okay.
that is a nay.
Okay. Chris McFarland, yay. That vote passes 5-1-0. Thank you very much.
Thanks again.
Our last hearing this evening is on Rust Way. Notice of public hearing in accordance with Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 131, Section 40, the Cohasset Wetland Bylaw and the Cohasset Stormwater Bylaw. The Cohasset Conservation Commission will hold a public hearing on Thursday, April 8th, 2021 at 6:30 p.m. via remote participation on a Zoom platform from applicant Rustway Trust for notice of intent 21-14 and stormwater permit 21-12 to construct a new single-family dwelling with associated landscaping, hardscaping, and roof dryer wells to mitigate runoff at 35 Rust Way lots F and G. I see Mr. Brodsky and Mr. Morse both online. I don't know who'd like to speak first.
Mr. Chairman, this is Adam Brodsky. I'd like to speak first. I don't know if Mr. Papich has been promoted.
Thank you, Adam. I was going to ask. I wasn't sure if he was part of this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. My name is Adam Brodsky, and as you know, I'm an environmental and land use attorney representing the applicant. I'm here this evening with Greg Morse from Morse Engineering, our registered professional engineer, John Zimmer, professional wetland scientist with South River Environmental, Brad Holmes, another professional wetland scientist with ECR, and Sean Papich, our landscape architect. Some of you are familiar with this property. It was the subject of litigation. There was a prior single-family dwelling proposed on the site with alterations within the 50-foot buffer zone. The Conservation Commission denied an order of conditions and the applicant appealed. Ultimately, DEP issued a superseding order of conditions approving the project, which the Conservation Commission appealed, and the applicant appealed the denial under the local wetlands bylaw. The Superior Court, you may remember, vacated the Conservation Commission's decision. The matter was remanded, and then on remand, the Conservation Commission again denied the project. Rather than continue these rounds of litigation, the applicant decided to propose a different, substantially revised project, and that is what we're going to be presenting to you this evening. Because the wetlands line was stale, we have delineated the wetlands again. And this project is now proposed to be located entirely outside of the 50-foot buffer zone. The project has been reduced in size and scope. The size of the house reduced. The proposed 3-car garage has been reduced to a 2-car garage, and elements of the project have been changed to minimize impacts, such as the use of a pervious stone driveway as opposed to asphalt. But I'm going to hand this over to Greg to go through the site plan and then ask John Zimmer and then Sean Papich to address their particular expertise. So thank you.
Good evening. This is Greg Morse, registered engineer, Morse Engineering. I'm going to do a share screen and put my site plan up. Okay. So looking at this site is shown on the assessor's maps as lots F and G Rust Way. Combined, there.
Could you make that larger, please?
Sure.
Thank you. That's good.
Yep. So combined, it's a total of approximately 70,297 square feet of area. Of that, a little over half 37,555 square feet is upland area. The property line here is the black line that you see. Rust Way is at the bottom of the page. This property is bordered on all sides by developed residential properties. We had John Zimmer, who's a professional wetland scientist of South River Environmental, delineate a bordering vegetated wetland on the site. The wetland here is a line that's shown in blue. That was delineated in October of this year. That line is slightly different than the wetland delineation that was delineated as the former project. That line was stale as it was in excess of 3 years old. Off of that wetland line, there's the 50-foot buffer zone, which is the line in red here, and the 100-foot buffer zone that's shown on the site. The topography generally slopes from the southeast corner of the lot up here. This is the high point on the ledge at elevation 65, down to a low point at the northwest corner at approximately elevation 48, where the wetland in the site topography drained through a culvert underneath Rust Way. There were no certified vernal pools on this site. There is no endangered species priority or estimated habitat on this site. It is not located in an area of critical environmental concern, an ACEC. It's not located in a FEMA flood zone. It's not located in a aquifer protection zone, a DEP Zone 2 wellhead protection area, or a Zone A surface water supply area. The proposal here is to construct a new single-family home. The new single-family home you'll see is this structure proposed here. Again, it has been reduced in size from what was proposed with the previous filing at this project. The square footage of the footprint here is just shy of 2,900 square feet in size. The garage is a 2-car garage. It is serviced by a crushed stone pervious driveway in this location coming in off of Rust Way. The roof stormwater is directed to 2 series of leaching dry wells, 1 set of leaching chambers in the backyard here, a 2nd set of leaching chambers in the side yard on the northeast side of the property here. Utilities would be serviced by public water and public sewer service. Those would run down underneath the driveway, these lines here coming up to the house. And around the limit of work is depicted by this black dashed line. We have an erosion control barrier, which is a staked in place mulch sock at the limit of work. And we've quantified the limit of clearing on this site. The limit of clearing is approximately 17,574 square feet, which you'll note is less than half of the upland on the site, and it's a quarter of the overall site. So 75% of this lot is preserved in its present day condition with this layout. I'm going to turn it over to John Zimmer, who's our wetland scientist on the project, to talk about the delineation methodology. And then I think you'll be hearing from Sean Pappage regarding the landscape and plantings that are proposed with the project as well. John?
Hey, thank you, Greg. For the record, John Zimmer with South River Environmental. In October of last year, I delineated the wetland resource area within the property. It's a bordering vegetated wetland, as Greg said, based on the outlet, covered outlet by Rust Way. I delineated the wetland in accordance with the DEP delineation standard, which looks at hydrophytic vegetation, wetland plants, hydric soils, and the source of hydrology, typically either groundwater or surface water. The wetland boundary for the majority of the line is consistent with the previous delineation. I actually delineated the property previously as had Brad Holmes. And the one area where the delineation changed a little bit was in the, I believe, Greg, if you can point to the that one little area, this area right in here. Previously, that wetland extended a little bit further into the upland. And when I delineated it previously, there was an opening in the curb cut on Rust Way. And that was basically a preferential pathway for stormwater to get down into the site off of Rust Way. Additionally, there was also stormwater being discharged into the property from the adjacent property. There were some construction activities, I believe, going on at that time. And those contributed to the hydrology of that wetland system. Since that original delineation, the curb on Rust Way has basically been closed, and the adjacent site has been stabilized. So there's no longer that source of water coming down into the site that was previously there. And that has modified the plant composition in the area such that it no longer meets the 50% dominance of wetland indicator plants. So that was the rationale behind that small modification. The remainder of the line is basically consistent with the previous delineations. So I believe that Sean Papich is going to speak a little bit to the vegetation inventory as well.
Thank you, John. Yeah, this is Sean Papich Landscape Architecture, 222 North Street in Hingham. And I'm not sure if you want to share my drawing, Greg, or if you don't have that, I can also pull it up. If you've got it and are steering it in there, do it either way you want.
If you want to pull it up, Sean, that's probably easiest for you.
Okay, let me see if I can do that right now.
Okay.
All right. Is that visible to everybody?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Good. All right. So the site, as you know, you've been getting a pretty good, really good description from Greg and John. And why don't I just go through the landscape plan as we have it? Essentially, you saw the 50-foot buffer. I've got this blown up quite a ways. I want you to see it fairly well. The 50-foot is in here. All the work that we're proposing is outside the 50-foot buffer. The entry off of Rust Way essentially is the lowest area that we're dealing with, essentially, because it's as you're coming in off of Rust Way, the 50-foot, right about 50 feet off of the wetlands delineation, a little bit more so. What we are proposing is heavily vegetating both sides of the driveway, really limiting any proposed lawn. So heavy vegetation on both sides, using summer sweet, clethra, winterberry, switchgrass, serviceberry, as well as some cedars along the edges. And as you're coming up the crushed stone driveway, we're continuing some of those same plants, using inkberry again, also using some red chokeberry. And again, minimizing the lawn areas. We do start to pick up some lawn in this area, but remember your 50-foot is still back here. So we are doing a little bit of lawn on the right-hand side, but really no lawn on the left-hand side. As you're moving up toward the house and on the right side of the garage, we've carved out a little area for the lawn area, but also did some plant material. Now you're quite a ways out of the 100 at that point. So this is, at this point, the 100-foot buffer, if you can see me tracking on it with the mouse. And back to your 50-foot buffer is back in this area. So the work that we're doing is more of the native plant material that we're proposing gets into this area of ledge that we have here. So we're going to pocket plant some sweet fern, as well as some more inkberry and some switchgrass, as well as some wavy hair grasses, Deschampia grass. As we get over to this area where we preserve some of the oak trees and hickory trees, this is a hickory, an oak, another oak that's sticking out of the ledge. Now all this area is pretty strong ledge right in here. It was described a little bit earlier. Viburnum makes its way onto the plant list here, as well as some serviceberry, spice bush and lindera, or red chokeberry. Again, back to in addition to the red chokeberry, we do some smooth alder in this area. Again, here's the 100-foot right here. So the work we're doing on the 100-foot, beyond the driveway work or the basic hardscape of getting you up and into the house is pretty minimal. Just doing a simple terrace in back outside the 100-foot. And outside the 100-foot, we're going to heavily vegetate this border. So still minimizing your lawn areas to just right in here. Again, outside the 50, as well as quite a bit of it outside the 100 and lawn areas over here. That's a general rundown of everything. We are going to have some basic plant material right against the house that we would consider to be in an ornamental fashion. We are showing a little low retaining wall here, about 30 inches in height. That covers most of it. There were some, there's a memo that we put out. There was a previous study of the trees on the property. You can see some of the removals on the property that we are showing with red X's right in here that we're doing for the dwelling. We prepared a memo dated February 22nd, 2021. We'd gone out in February after all these trees had been marked by John Zimmer and Greg Morse. Their team identified the trees, but the ones that were 12-inch trees or greater was kind of the mission for us to look at those and verify those. There are 23 trees that are being removed. Only 15 of those are inside the 50 to 100 buffer. So several of those are outside the 100. 8 of those are outside the 100-foot buffer, several of which have some structural damage in them, as well as a handful of dead ones. So we did have a list on that memo. I won't go through every single one of them right now, but we do describe the tree type and verification from the previous site visits from Greg and John, and a description of what we noted to be the condition of those trees. So 15 of them are being removed between the 50 and 100-foot buffer. Nothing inside the 50, of course, as you'd heard earlier. I think that covers most of it if anybody has any questions.
Mr. Pappage, has this plan been submitted to Jeff Summers? Because just pardon if there's an oversight. We don't have this on our OneDrive. Has this plan been submitted?
Yeah, I believe it has. It was submitted with the entire package.
Thank you.
So, Sean, how many trees are being planted in the new plan?
So the trees that are being planted are, let me grab my plant list to get it better. We have 4 cedar trees on the drawing, correct?
Yeah.
4 cedars, each are red cedars, 2 serviceberry. We also have some alders that would be considered kind of trees and large shrubs. We don't have a tremendous amount of large trees going in. It's more about what we were proposing to do is cover a fair amount of ground with shrubs to improve wildlife value in that case. A lot of that understory is missing in this landscape, is what we noticed when we came upon the site. There is some bramble there. There's a lot of thorny bramble, but most of the understory seems to be missing here. And so we were hoping to introduce that as opposed to adding as many of the trees from that standpoint. So almost everything we're doing is more fruiting shrub as opposed to having overstory trees.
So
that was
So that's not a line of trees along the back property line?
Oh, there are. Those are outside the 100.
No, I know.
Yeah.
I'm just.
Oh, yes. So I could go over those. Yeah. So we're proposing to plant another about 13 trees in the back. Those were intended to be thuya, arborvitae, western arborvitae on the back edge as well as some other cedars on the left side of that. Again, most of those, I didn't describe those because they're outside the 100, but I appreciate it. Thank you, Chris.
So the intent of this landscape is really to kind of create a buffer to all the neighbors and then maximize lawn. Is that correct?
I wouldn't think that it was maximizing much lawn. There's not a really tremendous amount of lawn here. There is certainly a view buffer right here in the rear portion of the terrace, and a few cedars here that will soften kind of this property line. But beyond that, most of it is just fruiting shrubs. So there's really not a lot of screening per se, other than right in the back here. There is a house off to the right-hand side of the screen here, toward the rear, as well as adjacent, but not a tremendous amount of screening, no. And I actually don't think it's much lawn, to be honest.
Well,
kind of minimal.
I mean, I'm just making a general observation.
Yeah.
That being that even if certain trees are not of substantial caliber, there's a lot of trees which have been identified, which are then being removed. So that's why I made the observation that the desire was to have kind of open lawn versus letting some of these less mature trees grow up. So, like I said, it's a casual observation, but it seems likely.
Sean, one of the things that's occurring here, and probably there's not much any way we can avoid it, is the current open plot of land is a wildlife sanctuary from the 250-acre Trustees of Reservation conservation territory, which is about 250 feet up to the west in the upper right-hand corner, which is an open area. And that's the 250 acres of Holly Hill Farm, which is a protected area. And what happens now is that the deer and the large mammals come down through the backs of all the gardens across where your house is going into the wetlands. And there's a regular, because I lived in the area, there's a regular movement of large mammals and animals in that area backwards and forwards. Now, what happens, and this came out in our earlier discussion, what happens here with your house is that your house goes right in the middle of that, all right? So that's going to clearly disturb the natural migration of wildlife, all right? And as you know, that's a concern of ours, and it's not just the resource area or the buffer zone, it's the whole upland area is considered part of the wildlife protected area. So putting the house where it is goes right smack dab in the middle of that, and that will change, and that will be a negative wildlife value for the work that's going on here. Like I said, it all connects to the very large Trustees Reservation Sanctuary, which actually borders about 200 feet to the right. If you go up, I guess that's west, about 200 feet in that direction, you have the border of the rather vast Holly Hill Farm protected area. So I'm not sure if you have any comments on that, because I very clearly, if you have a house put in the middle of it, you're not going to have your wildlife corridor any longer. So,
Mr. Chair, this is Adam Brodsky, if I might.
Yes, please.
Thank you. And with all due respect to Mr. Eisenhower, he is mistaken with respect to his characterization of the property as a wildlife sanctuary. We've actually conducted a wildlife habitat evaluation, and I'd ask Mr. Zimmer to speak to that, please.
Sure, thank you, Adam. Under the Wetlands Protection Act and the bylaw, you're correct in that wildlife habitat is a protected interest with respect to the resource area. The species that you mentioned as using the property, white-tailed deer, eastern coyotes, raccoons, all the large mammals, they're actually going to use the property in a similar manner as they do today. The property is not a migration corridor. It's basically an island that is surrounded by development. And the ability of the wildlife to continue to use the vegetated buffer within the 50 down to the wetland resource area and the wetland resource area itself they're going to continue to have 75% of that entire property for use for migration, for breeding, for overwintering. And they'll use it in a manner similar to how they use it today, because those types of species are suburban type species that are very adaptable. Honestly, you know, unfortunately for Sean, the white-tailed deer will probably look at this as almost a fast food restaurant with the nice new plantings that he puts in. So with respect to the overall habitat value, it's going to be similar to existing conditions. Yes, there will be a structure there. The wildlife will use the property perhaps a little bit differently because they'll move down towards the undeveloped portions of it, but they'll still be able to use the majority of it in a manner similar to what they do today because of the.
Yeah, but I think the issue, Mr. Zimmerman, I'm not saying that this area was ever a wildlife sanctuary. I would say it's a wildlife habitat. The sanctuary is the 250 acres of Holly Hill Farm. That's where the mother lode of the wild animals are. And they come down from the west in the upper right-hand corner where you have the rear lawns. They come through there, currently pass over where the house is. Now, there'll be some blockage of that. That's all I'm saying, all right? And they will make their way down to the wetlands, which is where they want to be. But as I said, I don't see a solution to it if we go ahead with the house, because the corridor will be blocked, all right? Yes, maybe the animals will continue to come through, but right now, there's nothing there to stop them, and they flow freely through. But
as a wildlife biologist, I respectfully disagree with that. The wildlife will be able to go around the house and use the existing habitat post-development in the same exact manner that they use it now. I mean, I live in a suburban neighborhood, and I have white-tailed deer coming through my property. I've had 70 turkeys in the back of my yard, and I'm surrounded by other houses. The wildlife is adaptable, and you also need to look at this with respect to the regulations and the performance standards associated with the wetland resource area.
John, can I
Yes,
ask?
Summer, we have a number of participants who are trying to ask questions. Could we roll through those, please?
Sure. I just have a question for John first.
Sure.
How does that existing chain link fence that runs along the back of the property, how does that affect any wildlife movement?
It can affect the ability of some of the larger animals to get into the property, you know, particularly white-tailed deer. But even white-tailed deer, you know, depending on how high the fencing is, they can jump over it. But for small mammals and birds and things, the fence doesn't really preclude them from moving back and forth through the property.
So what Chris McFarland was referring to is Martha Jangemi, who is a neighbor to the north, has a few questions. So I'm just going to read some of these. She is asking, Greg, I don't know if you have this available, but she's asking if you would please superimpose the wetland buffer zone that was in place before this new one was commissioned. I guess she would like to see the change in the wetland delineation. She's also asking, will there be a pervious bedding for the gravel driveway? So I guess what is the makeup? Is there the substrate under the gravel driveway going to consist of?
Why don't we address those first, please?
Sure, okay.
Sure. I haven't prepared an overlay of the two wetland lines. They are different with respect to that portion right along Rustway itself. I could certainly provide that. You do have that if you look at the two different plans independently. However, keep in mind that previous plan was based off a wetland delineation that I believe was done in 2014 or 2015. So it is significantly outdated at this point. Secondly, regarding the driveway, it's proposed as a pervious driveway, so it would have a compacted gravel surface underneath, and then on the top would have up to 2 inches of a crushed stone surface for the finished product on the driveway.
Greg, is the entire driveway up to the garage a gravel driveway? Does it ever become pervious? I mean, impervious?
It never becomes impervious. I believe we're showing a small cobblestone apron or strip right at the entrance of the driveway on Rust Way. But aside from that, it's gravel, the remainder of the driveway.
Okay. Could you, would you mind putting the site plan back up there, please? I appreciate the landscaping plan. I think some of the questions that we probably have are more geared towards the better answer looking at the site plan.
Sure.
So Greg, not to put you on the spot though, the abutter was asking for how much it has changed. Can you possibly just sketch that on there freehand? And obviously we're not holding anyone to anything here. It's just an approximation so they get an idea what was different.
Yeah, so the difference is right down here along Wetland Flags 14 to say Wetland Flag 17. This piece here used to extend almost up to about where this contour line was. It was approximately a 12 to 15 foot shift in the wetland line. And that was, again, reiterating what Mr. Zimmer said, that was affected by 2 things. Item number 1, the property over here, I believe it's the Hartwell property, when this was delineated, was under construction. It was barren soil. There was a lot of runoff coming off of that property, which directly comes into this area based on the contour lines. Secondly, along Rust Way itself, there was a break in the pavement. There was not a berm built along the edge of Rust Way, so you were getting stormwater coming off of the pavement, feeding, again, this wetland area as well. Thanks for adding those, Chris. Now, if you go out to the site, the Hartwell property is fully vegetated. You get significantly less runoff off of that site now that it's stabilized, as well as along Rust Way, there has been a asphalt berm put in place so that you don't get stormwater runoff off of Rust Way like you used to. I think we would all agree when we looked at the previous application, that area of the wetland that was here, we had qualified at that point in time as a kind of a degraded wetland area or a non, it wasn't a high quality area. It was filled with sediment that was very evident had come off of the road. So that has since, resolved itself with the berm as well as with the reestablishment on the Hartwell property.
Thank you, Greg. Jeff, could you go back to the questions?
Sure. So again, this is Martha. She's asking, I'll just read 2 questions and then maybe we can answer those. She says, how does a paving curb stop the water flowing into the wetland? So how does the paving curb stop the flowing of water into the wetland? And she says, the plants proposed along the driveway require sun. This is a wooded area. And how many trees will be removed?
Sure. So the berm along the pavement, that's a fairly easy one. Without a berm in place, the edge of the pavement is exactly that. It's a piece of pavement that you would get stormwater flow off the pavement into the wetlands. By physically creating a berm along the edge of pavement, you're now creating a gutter line and you're restricting the sheet flow off of the pavement. So what happens now is you get flow coming down Rust Way. It still makes it into the wetlands, but much further down, closer to the catch basin, as opposed to sheet flowing off where there was no curb in place previously. Regarding the plantings, I think Sean can answer that.
I can speak to the plantings. Plantings that we showed on the right-hand side of the driveway. Certainly we've got inkberry clethra. Those can take some shade, decent amount of shade. But we're still going to be getting a fair amount of sun on that south side of the driveway. So I was comfortable with those plant species. Even some of the plant material we have on the left-hand side of the driveway, again, we're using some serviceberry. We're also using some chokeberry, as well as more clethra. I'm comfortable with those getting a bit of sun and shade both. So, you know, if there's a question as to exactly how much sun we're getting and do we need to maybe tweak some of our plant species, we can certainly look at that. But I was pretty comfortable with what I saw out there. But I'll know a lot more when the leaves come back on the trees here shortly in the coming weeks. If that answers.
John, you have some proposed trees within the 50-foot buffer. What can you talk about? Is there anything being removed to install those trees?
Those are existing trees. So those ones that you show kind of large, those are all existing trees that are staying. Anything inside the 50 is staying. So any of those ones you see as kind of large circles, those are existing trees. There are trees to be removed between the 50 and 100 that we described in the memo and are shown with the kind of red X's that are a little bit that are 12 inches or greater. There's a couple coming out for the driveway, three of them coming up their driveway as you're coming up along kind of the narrow run there. And as you get into the driveway near the garage, there are two more that are coming out in that location. But those were described in that summary. A few of these of which are even leaning and structurally not sound. I'll actually get a chance to see this a little bit more as the leaves come back on the trees in the springtime here, as far as even if there is even more damage that I didn't see when we went out in February. There's probably a fair amount more, but I didn't want to take those kind of liberties in describing them.
Greg, Eric Eisenhower. It's not often when wetland scientists recommend to us that we have to doubt, all right, the data that's coming in terms of the wetland delineation. Matter of fact, I can count in my 3 years on the committee probably 2 or 3 times when people have said, well, we maybe have to relook at it. I understand what you're saying, but I'm surprised that we've gotten this far, right? With another project and everything. And all of a sudden we're going back to look at data, which we should have had in hand 2 years ago when we went through this, Greg, all right? Because the wetland measurements were taken in 2015. And when we reviewed this project, it was about 1.5 years ago, all right? And the wetland had already changed by then because the project of the Hartwells was well done at that point. But, you know, it is what it is.
There's a clear answer to your question, Mr. Eisenhower, and that is when these wetlands were originally delineated in 2015, they went through a process which is called an ANRAD process. The ANRAD process is a strict review of the wetland line only and not an actual project. Once that ANRAD was approved, that wetland line was locked in. Whether it changed or not, it was physically locked in for a period of 3 years. That former project relied on that former wetland line, which was locked in. That has since expired, as you note, and as I have stated, and as our wetland scientists have stated, conditions have changed out here. That's why ANRADs do expire after 3 years, because over time, conditions do change.
And Mr. Chair, this is Adam Brodsky. Just note that because of the appeals, that we were relying upon the very same filing that had been denied now several years ago. So we would have no opportunity to revisit that line. We were essentially bound to that prior ORED. So now, years later, we have the ability to revisit the delineation, which is what we did.
Okay.
Jeff, I'll just point out that what Greg just outlined answers Mr. Hartwell's question, that the he's asking what was the original wetland delineation, and as Greg just mentioned, it was 2015. So could you go on with inquiries after that, please?
Sure. Martha is commenting, she's saying this is a green ash forest and that they
Wait,
are
there's
endangered.
there's two before that, please. At 9:44, she wrote.
Right, interested because we just installed an expensive permeable driveway and gravel did not make the cut. I think that's why she was asking about the construction of the driveway.
Yes.
Then she said, understory missing because there are beautiful trees. So I don't know what she means by that.
I think both comments are, the first comment being that they wanted a permeable driveway and gravel didn't make the cut. A lot of engineers will say that that a truly, a gravel driveway doesn't hold up over time, that it compacts. Obviously, if there's a good detail for it, then it can actually work as a permeable surface.
Yeah, because then she further asks a little later on, is compacted a compacted gravel driveway really permeable?
And the answer would be is if you make one that does compact, then no, it wouldn't be truly permeable. So the understory is missing, she's saying, because there's a beautiful canopy of trees already existing. I think that's just an observation. And she goes on to say this is a green ash forest and they are endangered. Another observation. Mr. Hartwell then asked that there is a telephone pole at the entry of the driveway, and where would that be proposed to be relocated?
Sure. So we show on the site plan, I believe, yeah, utility pole to be relocated. That utility pole would be relocated to the corner of the driveway, inside the town's right of way.
So is that, would it be still within the line of the applicant's property, or would it?
Yes.
Okay.
Martha had a couple other questions she asked. Once again, I would like to see the original wetland delineation, not quite understanding how the buffer shrank given climate conditions. And then she also mentioned, isn't the land already blocked by the Roy's fence? And I think that was in when we were discussing the wildlife movement.
So the answer to that is yes, right? There is a chain link fence there.
There's a chain link fence along the back of the Roy property.
Right.
Yeah, except when we looked at it a year and a half ago, I would say about a quarter of the panels of the chain link fence were partially ripped open and pulled down. So I think a lot of work's probably been done on it to get it back into shape. It was not much of an animal barrier back then, to be honest. So I think that's probably changed now.
We were cognizant of the animal movement on the property. Like I said, this preserves 75% of the site in its present day condition. You'll note that a significant number of the plantings that Mr. Papich has presented include different berries and fruits as a wildlife habitat food source in the area. I did a quick measurement. At its closest point, this property is over 400 feet away from the ferry, from the White Farm property, and there were 3 homes in between this property and that property as well. Again, 75% of the site remains untouched with this proposal.
Jeff, can you keep reading?
Sure. So the question, I guess, remains, she's looking for further explanation, as not quite understanding how the buffer shrank given climate conditions.
Perhaps John Zimmer can answer in better detail. John?
Oh, I'm sorry. I missed that. Could you say that one more time, please?
Looking for a little bit more of an explanation on how the wetland line changed between 2015 versus 2020.
Sure. The majority of the wetland line didn't change. It was that one area, almost like the finger-like projection that comes down. And it was a result of the modification of the hydrology coming down to that point. Wetlands are defined by 50% or greater dominance of hydrophytic or wetland indicator plants, the presence of hydric soils, and the presence of hydrology. Under the state definition of a wetland, if you're missing one of those three parameters, it is not defined as wetland. So over time, by modifying the hydrology that was coming down Rust Way and then moving into the property down to that point, the hydrology changed. And that in turn changed the plant composition that was in the end of that little finger. So between that period of time, over basically 5 years, the plant community changed there such that it did not have a dominance of wetland indicator plants anymore.
And Mr. Chairman, this is Adam Brodsky. The reason we have Brad Holmes present and available is because we asked him to independently review that, and he corroborated John Zimmer's delineation. If you'd like to hear from him, he's available to speak to that issue.
I'd like to add just a quick point, if I may. The core wetland is further to the left of the site drawing, obviously. I think over time, this wetland finger that extends towards that proposed driveway is going to keep receding. When I delineated the wetland system in 2015, there was evidence of water spillage off the road and staining in that area, which resulted in my delineation extending further to the right of this drawing. But obviously that has changed. The berm of the roadway now funnels the water down to the left, and I believe into that wetland system. So I think over time, this finger is going to keep receding, and the main wetland system that's associated with the intermittent stream that kind of runs through the center of the site will remain. But over time, now that we've removed that source of hydrology, we'll see a change in that wetland. And it's been 6 years since I've been out there, and I was able to notice what John was able to delineate, and I agree and fully with John Zimmer's delineation.
Greg, when the driveway gets put in, will the berm be able to stay in place so that water won't flow into the driveway opening?
Yes, it will. It's the intent to maintain that gutter line along Rustway.
Mr. Chairman, can I make a comment?
Yes, you may.
I think that, we're all familiar with the property where I certainly understand the wetland delineation and the ANRAD that was done in 2015 and being bound to that for the period of time and the previous application that we have here in front of us. Looking at the Q&A and the comments that are coming in, they're following a lot of them along the lines of the wetland delineation. I think, I don't think it would be, I think it's safe to say, at least my personal feeling, just, you're looking at it and you see a change in the wetland delineation. The project that we have here in front of us now, for the majority outside of this proposed wall that's in front of the house there, which I did have a question on, which I'll get back to you. It's really outside of the 50-foot buffer zone, which if this wetland delineation were true, then the applicant may not even need a variance, which typically makes a project a little bit smoother to, or at least an easier path towards approval. So my recommendation here is just to have a third party come in and do a wetland delineation and just put this to rest once and for all. I understand that there have been some mechanisms that have been put in place. The Hotwell property has stabilized that area there before, where there allegedly may have been some water runoff from the road going in there. So I think that it's in the commission's best interest and everyone's best interest to just have a third party wetland delineation. And if in fact the wetland is true to what we have on the screen here, we really wouldn't be looking so much at the variance and really just put it to rest.
Mr. Chair, this is Adam Brodsky. We're not seeking a variance, and we are certainly open to a peer review. We have every confidence. We have two very respected professional wetland scientists who's looked at this. So if it's the commission's discretion to get a peer review to review that delineation, we support that.
Okay.
You did just mention that you're not seeking any variance, but I do see a retaining wall that's just about abutting the 50-foot buffer. Greg, what is the construction of that retaining wall?
So that is a retaining wall that was placed there for two purposes. It retains approximately 2 feet of soil at its highest point, but the other point of it really is to create a demarcation. The 50-foot buffer zone on this site also follows kind of the top of a ledge here. You'll see that there's a pretty significant drop off immediately in front of that house where it goes from elevation 60 down to, at the bottom of the ledge, approximately elevation 51. And so this wall that's in place serves really as a buffer to the 50-foot buffer zone and a physical buffer to that drop off in the ledge. But that would be a stone wall at that location.
So
like a stacked stone wall that does not need a footing?
Correct. Yeah, it's not a structural wall. No.
Okay. I just wanted to understand because I mean, if it did need a footing, then it's right at the 50 foot. So it probably would need a variance at that point, but I understand now.
So, and Greg, you have your silt sock kind of runs along the top of that. Would that silt sock be moved back a little bit?
Yeah, we'd run it right along the face of the wall at that location. There's a lot of lines overlapping at that spot.
Right. That was my question when I was making my comments earlier about, and I see now that it toes the line of the 50, but it doesn't intrude upon the 50. So if in fact, the wetland delineation were true and accurate, then again, right, I agree. You would not be looking at any variances from the commission.
Greg, can you move over and show the driveway? Has it changed from the previous submission?
It has changed slightly.
Can you explain how it's changed? I mean, besides the, I think you said, is it gravel? Is that what you said?
Yeah, so it's a gravel driveway. The former application was a paved driveway.
Okay. So asphalt it was?
Correct. That was the former application.
And then,
so this is gravel with a cobblestone edge on it.
why do you have a cobblestone edge if everyone's concerned about curb cuts and
Cobblestone edge is really
water?
Yeah, it's really to keep the water on the driveway surface and to keep the gravel on the driveway surface so it doesn't get plowed off onto the abutting landscape.
And is the elevation similar, or the shape of the driveway is it different from the previous?
It's very similar where it comes into the site here. The original driveway was curved, as is this one. Up top, the turnaround here for the cars on this is slightly different because the former application had a 3-car garage, and we had a little bit more of a turnaround as opposed to the square parking area that we're proposing here.
So how many trees are coming down through the driveway? Just curious. Is it How many do you have labeled there?
So on, it's.
I
let me
can answer
open
that
up-
too if you want, Greg. If
Go,
you
go
want
ahead,
to,
Sean. Sean's plan identifies the, the trees that look.
Yeah, because there were a lot of smaller trees on the overall plan that you're looking at on Greg's plan there. There were quite a few smaller trees. In total, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 trees of 12 inches or greater is what we have coming down.
And Sean, you have a lot of plantings at the bottom of the driveway. Is there
That's
a
correct.
purpose? Why did you have so many there? And is that because there is a wetlands there? What is your, why did you put them there?
Yeah, the intent for that is that just, you know, when you're coming through a space like that, you've done some amount of grading. You decide what you're going to replace back in that area, right? So what we propose to do is to heavily vegetate it along the edges, just because we think that's a real positive. Provides more wildlife value. We're providing more fruiting shrubs. So that was really the intent. Other option could have been some other native ground covers, or to do proposed lawn in that area. We didn't want to. We wanted to really feel like when you're coming in, that you really have really the woodland edge along the left-hand side and on the right-hand side of you. And that
Good
was
idea.
really the intent.
Good idea.
So this is Jeff Summers. I just wanted to make a quick comment. So I just wanted to say that I completely agree with Jay's comment about having a third-party wetland review. I mean, because a lot of the questions and you know, a lot of this hinges on the wetland in that area adjacent to the driveway entrance. So I did just want to second his comment, and I think we should do that. Also, I just wanted to, there was another question that I just wanted to get answered was, and I think the curb there answers it, but if you open up that, berm, so to speak, along the driveway, I'm sorry, along the road now as it exists to cut into the driveway, is that not going to allow water then to flow into the driveway entrance and then into the wetland? So basically, is water going to flow back into the same direction that it had before, and basically build that wetland back up if you cut the driveway where it is?
Great. I already asked Greg that, and he mentioned that the new driveway would not cut through the berm. It would actually originate at the top of the berm so that it would not create an opening.
Okay, sorry, I wasted all the time.
No, that's fine.
I didn't hear that.
Since commissioners and applicant are both in agreement to have a third-party review of the wetland delineation, I'd like to suggest that we continue this hearing to a acceptable date and to arrange to have a third-party review of the wetland delineation. Is anyone in objection to that?
I'm in favor of that.
Okay. So we need to set a date for the continuance. Jeff, how long do you think it'll take to set up a third-party review on this, and then allow them to review and come back for the meeting?
Yeah, I think, you know, based on you know, just the most recent one we did was the 1 Pleasant Street, and we still haven't got back their assessment. So I think you know, the earliest would be a month from now. So I mean, I would recommend continuing this to May 6th, and then hopefully we'll have the assessment by then. But I don't even know if that's possible based on what happened last time.
Mr. Brodsky, can we say that we continue this until May the 6th?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we would hope that the commission could select and hire a peer review consultant, and we're happy to assist in that process. Whatever we can do to expedite that, we're willing to do.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Mr. Summers will be in touch to help to expedite that.
Okay.
Excellent, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Look, there was a last question we missed, I think. Some kind of property line violation. There were some questions and some comments that kind of came in. Perhaps we didn't get to each of them. I don't know if you can save these. Can you, Jeff? I would recommend that anyone that has comments, if they would just email them to Jeff Summers, and we'll make sure that we I guess we would have to circulate answers of any sort, but
Yeah, I was gonna reach out to the neighbors and email them and ask them if they have any comments in advance to, like you just said, email them. That might be easier than this kind of running commentary, or at least it'll be easy for me to understand.
we'll have to make sure the applicant gets those as well.
Yeah, right, exactly. And then they'll be prepared to answer also.
Okay. Thank you very much. All right. Okay, Jeff, do you have any conservation agent updates?
No, I don't.
Okay.
Are we finished with this one here?
Yes, we've continued this hearing until May the 6th, and Jeff is going to assist the applicant in getting a third-party review.
Okay. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Good
Take
night.
care.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, I thought we had already moved on.
Yeah, I thought so too. Okay.
So I don't have any update. Chris, do you have any update?
I do not have any updates.
I do have, let's see, I do have two certificate of compliance requests under required signatures or approval. The first one is 147 Beechwood Street. This was a project from 2004. It was essentially for a landscaping project. And this was completed about 15 years ago. And when I did go to the property, it basically, some things have changed, but it essentially looks as it should be. After 15 years, the vegetation was bound to change, but it was just around a driveway. So it's essentially what was intended on the plan. The second one is over at 217 South Main Street. This one goes all the way back to 1999. They had filed a permit application for digging of test pits only. What I gathered from reading the application was that there was a 200-gallon fuel oil spill, and they needed to dig test pits to help determine what the mitigation was. So it was basically they dug the pits and they filled them back in. That's been done for 20 years. So those are the only two certificate of compliances that I would like to get signed.
Okay, I guess we have to vote on those, don't we?
Yes.
Oh.
We have to vote. Can I have a motion to let Jeff sign for us?
What are the addresses again?
147 Beechwood and 217 South Main.
Jay Papara, make a motion to allow the conservation agent to sign the certificates of completion for 147 Beechwood and 217 South Main Street.
Second,
We heard a motion and a second. Take a roll call vote. Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Eric Eisenhower. Was that an aye?
yes.
Trish Grady,
Trish Grady, aye.
Jay Pampari,
Aye.
Marianne Weatherall,
Aye.
Chris McFarland, aye. That passes 6-0.
Jeff, is this part of the efforts to close out cases that exist or projects that exist?
I'm sorry.
Is this part of the, I think the building inspectors, he wants to close out as many projects as possible that are existing?
No, this isn't part of that. These were people that came, they want to sell the property, or they did record checks and found the open orders of conditions that they want to close out.
Oh,
This wasn't on his initiative.
okay.
Okay, are there any 48-hour issues?
I have one issue. Jeff, I heard that Angela fell and hurt herself. I hope she's all right. I haven't heard that she's better. Is she better?
She got kind of a pretty good black eye
Yeah.
falling on her driveway, but she's okay. It's she took yesterday off pretty much because everybody here told her to stay home. But she would have been here otherwise, but she's doing okay. Thank you.
She's all right. Okay, fine.
Well,
Give
she
her-
made it through half. She made it through half the meeting, so that was something.
Good enough.
She did, yes.
Can I make a point about this distinction between groundwater and surface flow? And around town, there are a number of places that you have ledge and then a step down, a flat area with soil and accumulated woody debris, and then another ledge and a step down. So what can be surface water as it makes it over the first ledge becomes groundwater pretty quickly in those low areas, and then it reemerges again. So sometimes it's hard to, I think if we just make a distinction between surface water, we do have to take into consideration that groundwater reemerges in some cases. So when you do have an obstruction in a zone that is absorbing water, there's less room for it. If you just think about it, if you have a full glass and you put some solid object in it, it's going to overflow. And when we see houses that have sort of these deep basements, that one, last one I looked at, looked like they were going to excavate about 8 feet of ledge there. This is not quite the same situation as ocean ledge, but you can imagine that when you interfere with some of these natural spots that don't quite make a vernal pool or maybe briefly will overflow, and when you start excavating there, you're interrupting that. So there actually, it does increase the surface flow.
So Tom, I hear you loud and clear. Can you quantify it?
Yes, you could actually. It's not even that hard to quantify. Some soil testing there would determine how thick the soil was, and you can calculate the volume of soil. And
So are you saying that the engineers who are submitting these applications are not meeting the standards that we've set out for them?
well, that's an interesting idea in and of itself. They're providing us with theoretical performance, but
Yes.
that's not necessarily what happens after they build a house. And I think that we should be mindful of some of these. I mean, they have a standard procedure here. They will go to the soils map and say, well, it's this kind of soil. They don't know how thick the soil is, so that's a bit of a problem. They just know it's a certain classified soil that has a certain infiltration rate. But there's a big difference between a foot of soil and 10 feet of soil. One's going to hold more water than the other. Doesn't matter what the permeability is, they all have some permeability. So this is somewhat formulaic, and maybe as a scientist, it troubles me to see everything reduced to these models that are just larded with assumptions that may or may not be true. So I think to the extent that the assumptions are wrong and there's no very careful measurements, yes, on paper you meet the performance standards, but after the place is done, it doesn't meet the performance standards. And we don't ever check on that, I don't suppose. And there's nothing we could do about it, even if we did.
Right.
You're providing some insights, which I think are really valuable. I've been looking for years, typing in the question on the computer, what is the weakness of stormwater calculations? These guys come and throw all these numbers at us. And I know there are weaknesses there because it's a tower built on assumptions and more assumptions.
Yeah.
I think some insight from you and maybe some other people who are like-minded from a technical viewpoint as to what these weaknesses are could help us in our discussions as we're going through all the stormwater questions that go right over my head or under my feet, as they would say.
Well, it's really a tough one to address because, I mean, are we going to require people to go out there and dig a dozen pits at every spot they're going to excavate? And most of them would say this is really onerous. But in fact, if they're, you know, I mean, you've all heard this, garbage in and garbage out in terms of models, all kinds of models. And as a former groundwater modeler, I did this a lot. And we would play with our models for a long time. We'd make some measurements, we'd run it, we'd calibrate it against known data, and then start to try to make predictions if some of those assumptions changed. Let's say somebody's putting in a well nearby. And I really appreciate how difficult it is to simulate nature. But here, nobody's even asking any questions like that. And I understand that. It's not exactly a critical scientific question. But each one of these, you just need to keep in mind that these models are built upon assumptions. And in some cases, those assumptions are close to reality, and others they aren't. And we need to look, I think we need to look at these, each one of these is a landscape, a unique landscape, and try to develop some notion of how far off the model could be in any one of these cases. But I don't know what the remedy is. I mean, you know, we're kind of, our hands are kind of tied. We do have, as Jeff pointed out, absolutely right, that we really do have to follow the kind of the letter of the law, and there's not a lot of wiggle room here for us to, I don't think, to look very closely at some of these. But it worries me a bit because again, what really counts is the performance standard in reality when the thing is done, and it's hard for us to know in advance how good some of the models that we're looking at are.
Okay. Well, I mean, if that's really the case, then, I mean, and we're not given the power to actually like require it, then, you know, what's the whole purpose?
Yeah, it is worrisome, isn't it?
Is this something that we could alter in our wetland?
Trying to enforce bylaws, and they're all well intentioned, but again, the kind of information we're getting, sometimes it's good, it's accurate. I look at it and I think, yeah, this is probably going to work. And those all tend to be the ones that are in the flatlands, or the ones, not these ones that are balanced on ledges. You guys probably never had to worry about this while they were holding up the sewer permits, but all of a sudden we're looking at all these extreme landscapes that never would have been built on before, not only because of the sewer, but because of the cost of excavation. I think some of these, they're dropping $100,000 or more just on a site preparation. Well, if you can't sell the house for $1.3 million or $1.5 million or whatever that sweet spot in town is, and I think that's about where it is, if it were a bit less than that, nobody'd be tearing up ledge like they do, because it would just be, it wouldn't be profitable. But look at what we're seeing. People are digging 10-foot holes in ledge to put a basement in that satisfies another imperfect bylaw, which says that if you have a part of your house that's enclosed by 50%, it's 50% below grade, doesn't count against your residential area.
So does it make sense for us to look at our bylaws? Can we amend those bylaws? And
Yeah, it would really require, I mean, we could stop ledge removal pretty quickly if we straightened out that one rule.
Mhm.
Certainly, and we could probably also deal with some of the height limitations that we're looking at.
Yeah.
But that has to be a warrant.
Mhm.
There should be a warrant. There should be a vote. I'm not saying that there shouldn't be, but
are you also saying we need a metric as well that the engineers conduct, or they do different types of site pits looking at the density of the ground, of the soil?
Well, they set their own standards.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what we're dealt. We none of us are really in a position to set standards for them. They have their own standards that are found acceptable by the courts and the state. So that's what we have to work with. But I think it's legitimate to ask some of these questions. Well, maybe we should be more direct about it and say, well, okay, you've met the performance standard on paper. Will this meet the performance standard when it's done? And of course they'll say, well, yes, it will. But it's up to us to at least have a little bit of skepticism about what some of the designs that are coming before us.
Well, I think healthy skepticism is good, but on the other hand, if we don't really have the mechanism to do something beyond, then we're just taking up a lot of time.
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, look, I got to be honest with you. As far as Ocean Ledge is concerned today, the engineer was talking about a 290% reduction of, I think that's what he was saying.
Yeah, right.
And we're turning around and saying we want a third party. Well, let me tell you, if I told any of you that I don't believe you when you're 300% overboard, you'd quit.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
I mean, I would quit. If you told me that I didn't know what I was talking about by 300%, I'd quit on you. Even if you were my client, I'd quit.
Yeah.
Maybe that's what he should have done. Maybe he was wrong. Maybe
I should have quit.
Well, no, I think he probably was right.
I think we need third-party reviews a bit more. I think sometimes we're not engineers, and we can't always rely on the data that's presented to us and know it's accurate. I think 280% is a big
90% over
whatever he said.
Yeah, right.
They
reduced the runoff by 290%.
I'm not an engineer, and I can't double.
Move to another part of the house. People want to go to sleep here. I'm moving to another. I will reconvene in the basement.
Why don't we pick up this discussion? I'd like to have an executive session before next meeting. We're gonna have to try to schedule it. What? So, do I hear a motion to close the meeting for tonight?
Well, I have a question. It's for the next couple of hearings here. We have something on April 15th, a week from tonight. Jeff, how are we looking with that? Has the applicant submitted all of the information that is required to be in front of us? Or any of these not going to be heard next week, so we can not bother with them?
Yeah, everything that was moved from today to the 15th is Morris Engineering projects. I think most of them are continued too. I think they've all been continued. I don't remember which ones they are.
Windy Hill border, but is all the information in?
Yeah, the only thing with 99 Border Street is the guy did the tree assessment on Monday, but I haven't got his report yet. So if I don't get it tomorrow, I'm gonna ask him to hurry up with that.
All right. And then I guess my only other comment is on some of these third parties. If you feel like, and I have no idea what's going on with Pleasant Street, but if you feel that the third party is not going to get out there for several weeks and then not give a report back for several weeks, really not fair to the applicant. And we should probably look elsewhere. I know typically for our third-party stormwater reviews, we've been going to Merrill. But, you know, again, if people are backlogged, then I think we need to look elsewhere and expedite those a little bit.
Yeah. I had a hard time just finding an arborist that would go out to look at that tree. I probably emailed 10 people, called about another 10 people. One person wrote back and said they'd do it for $800. And I was like, that's just too much to look at one tree.
Yeah.
And then
I'll do it for 7.
Down.
It's cheaper to cut it down.
It is.
yeah, so actually somebody Mulby tree, I think they're
Yeah, I know.
yeah, they did it. They did it on Monday for $375.
So, but did they give you any assessment? I mean, when they did you go out there with them?
No, I offered to do that, but he kind of snuck in before me. Yeah, so I haven't got his report yet.
And when does the report need to be in by?
Well, the meeting is next week, so if I don't have it tomorrow, I'm going to ask him to get it to me, Monday.
Well, what's the drop dead time?
I know everybody's busy, but it doesn't take much to just write a quick report about a tree, whether it's alive or dead.
Yeah, that's all I asked for was, a couple paragraph, just, summary of what his determination was.
That's a weird tree. If you look at it through time, you see it loses its leaves first compared to the surrounding trees. And it's the last tree in the neighborhood to leaf out. I was looking at that thing on Google Earth, and it's probably pretty sick. Chris, isn't that what they start doing when they're on their death spiral?
Yes, it
spend
is.
less time photosynthesizing and more praying.
Yep.
Yeah, it's a goner, it looks like.
I don't know if we can talk about that now, can we?
Yeah, no, we shouldn't be.
Okay,
No.
'cause I have a lot of comments on that.
Well, we're still we're in an open meeting.
Yeah, true.
Oh, so we can talk about it,
Well, not really.
because, right.
It's not open. We're
Can't talk
debating
about
it. We're
specific
debating it. Yeah.
applicants.
Because we're
The-
deliberating.
the plan, yes,
We're-
exactly.
We're deliberating. We've had.
Jeff, my concern was, we're having a meeting next week. Do we have another meeting on the 22nd?
Yes, we do.
And then if those are continued for 2 weeks, are you jumping to a whole new date, or are we just going right to the next 2 weeks after those? Like if we have one next week, the 15th, and the 2 weeks later, do we ever get back onto a normal schedule? Is that?
Yes, we will push it. We will try to push them onto a normal schedule.
If there are any continuances, Chris, next week, the 15th, they will be continued for 3 weeks, correct?
Correct.
To the May 6th. Gotcha.
Okay.
It could take us a while to get back to
We now
normal.
currently have 2. No, there should be an April 29th also.
No,
No.
no.
Why not?
Because that would be 4 meetings in a month.
Oh, I'm sorry, the 29th. Yes, you're right. Great. Yeah.
So 2
But
weeks.
we've
from
already,
tonight-
but we now currently have 2 applications already on May 6th. Yeah. So,
I will not be here on April 22nd. I don't think Mary Ann was going to be here either. So just to remember that.
right.
I sent in a lot of dates to Angela to prepare ahead into the farm.
It's school vacation week. So, and I even heard tonight through that one of the applicants was not going to be there. Forget who it was earlier on. I think it was 502 Main Street.
No,
Yeah, I think it was the engineer or one of the representatives said he wouldn't be able to make it, but he'd have somebody else be there.
Oh, that's right.
So if there are going to be any recusal, excuse me, you just be wary of a quorum. Need 4 people for a quorum.
Yep.
Right.
What happens if that happens?
Can't have a hearing.
So they just you have to delay them all.
Just have to continue.
Have to continue everything.
Well, but if somebody just recuses himself for that one hearing, it's just that one hearing will need to be pushed forward.
Mm.
Oh, I had a question. I think we should be on the lookout for additional commissioners and such. And how do we do that? Is there a posting that the town can put on its volunteer board or something that says we're looking for the people with these types of qualifications, just so we have people when we need them?
So historically, the town has been a complete failure with respect to making announcements, etc. They may come up with one simple little announcement that says we're looking for volunteers to join town boards. However, that's really about it. As everyone on the screen here is, you're asked, hey, you want to join the Conservation Commission? And then next thing you know, you hear every other Thursday night. You go on the town webpage, you fill out your name, address, and then 2 weeks later or 3 weeks later, one of the select board members calls you and says, hey, here's a quick little interview. But I think listen, we need members. There's going to be 2 full-time openings and 2 associate positions that are up. So potentially 4 new members at the end of June. So I think it's very wise to, if you know anyone that's interested, if there's, I think the town can certainly do a much better job with it all around. It's not just conservation. It's all around.
Everywhere.
It's not it doesn't go on the town ballot in May or June, whenever it is. It's really almost like a word of mouth that needs to be publicized even more. I did get a recommendation from one of the select board members about 2 weeks ago with a name. However, she never got back to me. So I'm not going to go hunt her down. So yeah, I mean, we certainly need more individuals, and I think it would be great if it had more people that were, just a little bit of a background, whatever background in whatever it may be, engineering, gardening, whatever, would really be helpful.
Yeah, it's very hard without a background. I gotta say, I'm doing the best I can, but it's hard without a background.
These regs are, it's not easy to interpret some of them. I think a lot of us, and that's what's great about being an associate for a year, is just really getting your feet wet with everything and not having to make that decision at the end of the night, and just kind of learning a little bit and learning different people's maybe agendas as we go along here as well. Everybody kind of approaches things differently.
I'd say it's hard having a background. I'm frustrated by it.
I'm frustrated too.
Well, I'll be honest. I've said this all along. There's you could sit back and look at a project originally and go, this project is horrible. It's a horrible project. I would never vote for this project, but I will say it over and over and over. If you are going to deny a project, you better have ample evidence as far as why you're going to deny a project. Because again, look what happened originally with Rustway. The first time, the judge came back and said, I'm not disagreeing with you, but you gave us no evidence on why you denied the project. And one could argue that you were arbitrary and capricious because you didn't give us ample evidence in the order of conditions. So we fixed that the second time around. But if we sit here and say, I just don't like the project, that's not going to work in the court system. They're going to laugh at you. And we ultimately will lose some of those. And town council doesn't want to hear that. We have a good track record. We've never lost a case.
Yeah.
But if you're gonna, deny a project, you better make sure you have your comments are entered into the record at the hearing that we have here at nighttime to support that.
I understand that the associates, but and I know that Jay, you're leaving. What other seat is being emptied?
Well, we have James. We never filled James Roseback position, so we're down to 6. My term is expiring, so
mine too.
Oh
no, that's my patience that's expiring. I'm sorry.
Oh, great. 'Cause I'm leaving next month, so I don't know how that's going to work for you.
Yeah. And certainly what typically happens is everyone's been through this. The associates in most cases, if they want to hang on, usually become full-time voting members. So,
And we
you
would
know,
really like them to stay
yeah,
on,
in a
'cause
perfect
they often stay
situation,
on.
the associates would be
Hydrologist is so
full-time,
intelligent.
and we're
I
just
like
looking
them.
at associates, but you know, we can only twist the arm so far.
I'm feeling guilty.
You
I'm
going
not-
to Africa,
Good.
Tom?
Sahara, what was it?
Are you leaving?
Don't you, they have Zoom there?
Hey, Tom, what you doing?
Yeah, well, a little south from there and a little west.
Oh, good for you.
When are you going?
I don't know. That's sort of what's keeping me sort of
You
going
like
back
us,
and forth
right?
in my own mind about this.
Yeah.
But it's there, and we've got to sell this project in Australia, so I'm going to have probably a trip to Australia soon.
Wow.
So, you know, I mean, just about the time I decided, yeah, I'm going to do it, I would be not just recusing myself, I'd have to give you a long list of dates I wouldn't be here. So,
Understood.
No,
you know, I mean, I expect this to get clarified, I hope within the next 2 or 3 months.
And what we've also done is, it's a little hard via Zoom here, but we've just grabbed people from the audience. Some of the abutters have really made good comments, and you know, we
Grab
said,
me.
yeah, said, hey, you know, that's a
The
great comment.
audience.
How would you like to join the commission? So,
Was grabbed.
Mhm.
but if, I mean, hey, if you know of anybody, then great, and a little bit of experience would really be helpful as well.
Well, Hollis Honeywell said he was interested.
You know, that name did come up about 3 or 4 years ago.
Yeah.
And at the time, I will explore that.
You'll what?
I will explore that after Ocean Ledge has been finalized.
Yeah.
But
Can
hey,
we go home now?
well, yeah, don't forget
Aren't you home?
the training is going on over the weekend and next week. You know, we're talking about all these good courses and everything, and you know, feel free to sign up for any of them.
Well, I got to tell you, I'll be done with my fundamentals next Tuesday. Will be my last one.
Right.
But I still feel like completely, you know, it's a big curve.
It's giant.
Yeah.
This year was probably, or last year, I felt more confident with my.
Hey, Jeff, could you make a motion to close the hearing, please? No one else is listening to me.
Yeah, I'm taking notes on what I need to do tomorrow, so.
Come on, I got work to do still. I got to go back to work.
Motion to
I
adjourn.
make a motion to close this hearing and regroup in a week.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Be safe, everyone.
I'll
Thank
drop you
Have
off
a good
some
night.
coffee, Chris.
Happy
I'm
driving
working on it.
home.
Make me some dinner first.
I didn't eat either.
I
Good
didn't eat that
night.
either.
Hi.
Good
Bye.
night, you guys. Bye.
Turn us off. See you, everybody. Have a good night.
Good night, Jeff.
Thanks.
Thank you.